The activities will be carried out in 6 phases under the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, Subtitle D, Closed Turf System of the United States Environmental Protection Agency. The system considers gas emissions, slope integrity, and soil erosion, limiting stormwater flow affecting groundwater, surface water, and environmentally sensitive places, increases resilience to upcoming calamities. The project also calls for the use of the region south of the landfill to receive municipal solid waste. The area will be used until a new landfill is constructed. CDBG-DR funds total approximately $46 million for the project. The project is currently in the application stage with a completion of construction anticipated for October 2023. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor's Street Addressing Initiative. The U.S. Virgin Islands Street Addressing Grid and Master Address Repository System will be completed as part of the project, bringing the territory into compliance with recognized local and national and international standards. The project will create more than 150,000 geocoded addresses points, name all roads in the area, construct street name signs, and publish the MARS release. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor will oversee and maintain the MARS. CDBG-DR funds totaling $5.3 million are being considered for this project. A notice to proceed was issued with the stakeholders project kickoff meeting held on September 22nd, 2022. The anticipated project completion is in February of 2026. Economic revitalization. The Neighborhood Revitalization Program. The IHFA plans to continue the momentum of Vision 2040 by developing a neighborhood revitalization program. The Neighborhood Revitalization Program shall consist of 2 eligible activities: the Building Facade and Streetscape Enhancement and Small Businesses and Entrepreneurship Technical Assistance Program. Applicants interested in the Building Facade and Streetscape Enhancement must provide documented evidence their facility or building sustained physical damage by the 2017 hurricanes Irma and Maria. The town of Charlotte Amalia, Christiansted, Fredericksted, Cruz Bay, and Coral Bay were identified as starting points for this initiative. Applicants interested in the Small Business and Entrepreneurship Technical Assistance Program must provide documents their microbusinesses suffered physical and financial losses due to the 2017 storms. Startups created after the hurricanes are also eligible if they can show their creation was a result of the closure of a previous business of same owner after damage caused by the 2017 hurricanes. Eligible applicants can also apply for SBETA's Technical Assistance Program designed to support entrepreneurs. The program's objectives are to promote the creation of low and moderate income jobs and rebuild the workforce employment lost due to the hurricanes. Technical assistance activities include but are not limited to development of business continuity plans or new business models, financial management guidance, and long-term recovery and sustainability plans. The program will be funded with a little over $14 million in CDBG-DR funds. The VI Department of Labor Skills for Today. The project will provide varied training opportunities, including but not limited to the construction field for LMI residents, low to moderate income residents in the territory, by offering entry-level training in high-growth construction occupations based on current labor market information. The goal is to train 640 individuals over 2 years, a portion of which includes employment for those participating in work-based learning. Funding consideration is $10 million in CDBG-DR funds. To date, 285 have enrolled in the National Center for Construction Education and Research Construction Training territory-wide. with 125 completing the program and receiving certificates. The number currently enrolled in on-the-job training program, work-based learning, is 96. We are also excited to highlight that with the scheduled December 1st soft opening of the Westin Resort and Spa on St. Thomas, formerly Frenchman's Reef, our Skills for Today participants have the opportunity to train the hotel staff in preparation and at no additional cost to the contract. The Virgin Islands Port Authority, Charlotte Amalia Channel Waiko Dredging Project, and the Crown Bay East Gregory Channel Dredging will allow larger ships to berth in the harbors of St. Thomas. The funding consideration is $39.4 million in CDBG-DR funds. In June of 2022, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, deemed boat dredging projects ineligible for infrastructure program activities. The IHFA recently appealed the decision, requesting a waiver of eligibility for port enhancement projects. We are awaiting a response. Public Services and Public Facilities Program. Lutheran Social Services of the Virgin Islands Sister Emma Cottage is a project geared toward replacing the current hurricane-damaged building. Sister Emma Cottage is a group home expected to serve up to 16 severely physically impaired children to provide a safe, clean, and comfortable living facility. The funding amount is $2.8 million in CDBG-DR funds. The subrecipient agreement has been executed. The project agreement and notice to proceed is pending the approval of the environmental process. Once that is completed, project agreement and notice to proceed will be issued with an RFP sent out for construction services. On May 31st, 2022, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority announced the availability of CDBG-DR funding under the Public Service and Public Facilities Special Needs Housing Program. Eligible applicants included entities who serve the vulnerable populations such as nonprofit organizations, government agencies, and NGOs. To ensure our nonprofits have access to funding, the goal is to fund those entities that may have been affected by the hurricanes or were born from a need realized after the storms. Ensuring this $7.4 million in public services and special needs funding was made available. The application submittal deadline was August 3rd, 2022. Applications were received from various nonprofits. 9 agencies have been selected. A notice to proceed was actually issued yesterday. Non-federal cost share match program. With a budget of approximately $317 million, the non-federal cost share match program is designed to assist state agencies, public entities, local nonprofit organizations, and other eligible applicants by leveraging CDBG-DR funds with FEMA public assistance provided to the U.S. Virgin Islands to maximize, facilitate, and ensure recovery. In this program, CDBG-DR funds are limited to covering the non-federal cost share match portion related to FEMA-eligible project worksheets. The IHFA continues to work with the Office of Disaster Recovery and VITEMA to streamline the process. All program payments will be reimbursed based on actual cost incurred. The match program works in partnership with the Office of Disaster Recovery and VITEMA to raise awareness of the requirements of the program to other government agencies and private sector entities. WAPA, the IHFA, and JFL thus far has received the bulk of the local match, allocating $96.2 million to date. We anticipate a total of $119.6 million in local match payments for the STEP program. Composite poles, 5,892 are installed, underground and underwater cables, and generators for WAPA. Temporary hospital facilities, and the purchase and installation of 83 modular units at the Department of Education. With continued guidance, recipients are working to prepare and submit the paperwork necessary to comply with FEMA and HUD documentation requirements. Some of this documentation includes compliance with the Davis-Bacon Section 3 procurement, environmental, as well as HUD conditions. In addition to monthly training webinars, the local match program will conduct site visits and participate in procurement processes. Most recently, 2 new staff members have been hired to assist the agencies and nonprofits in this effort. CDBG MIT. On July 1, the authority submitted our implementation plan and capacity assessment for the Community Development Block Grant Mitigation Funding to HUD. When approved, the authority will have access to a little over $774 million in federal funding to execute disaster recovery mitigation programs. It is anticipated that during the first quarter of fiscal year 2023, approval will be received. CDBG mitigation funding represents a unique and significant opportunity for the territory to carry out strategic and high-impact activities to minimize, mitigate, or eliminate risk and reduce losses from future disasters. Further, it provides an opportunity to increase resilience through improved local planning protocols and procedures within the parameters and guidelines required by HUD. Our approach to implementing CDBG mitigation funding will be thorough, holistic, innovative, and swift. To this end, and in the interim, we have identified current key personnel that will support CDBG mitigation program from its inception, identified and scheduled the necessary preliminary training for persons that will assist in getting the program up and running, identified and begin engaging in holistic discussions with HUD partners and experts in the field to acquire the necessary technical training and support for the successful implementation and seamless development of the program. The CDBG MIT funding and programs will provide many opportunities for the territory. I anticipate there will be a need to engage in extensive community education and awareness campaigns and initiatives, provide continuous training to staff and applicants that will administer the funds and programs, continuously reevaluate capacity, and be open to and seek out experts in the field to help us to help ourselves. We look forward to providing periodic updates on our progress to this body. As discussed earlier, $67.6 million supports the electrical grid improvements, and with that, we have recently amended our current contract with Tetra Tech to delineate the scope of work based on the Electrical Power System Federal Register Notice. These CDBG-DI Electrical Power Systems Enhancement Funds offer an opportunity to support creative initiatives that will improve the grid's dependability, resiliency, efficiency, sustainability, and financial viability. The next stage in the procedure is an approved action plan, which we anticipate having to HUD by December 2022. The Emergency Rental Assistance, also known as ERAP. The territory initially received $21.3 million during the first round of ERAP 1 allocation in March of 2021 and paid out $4 million in direct and indirect assistance to more than 700 households territory-wide. Senators, with the widespread financial strain brought by the global pandemic, these funds offered critical assistance to those burdened with outstanding rental and utility obligations. We know that when we came before you, just about 4 weeks ago, we had good news that we would have an additional 266 cases closed for an overall total of 745 cases resolved, and announced that we had met that goal. We are genuinely thrilled again to report that we have hit a new milestone, 251 payments for a little over $2 million during an 11-week period. To date, more than $5 million has been allocated for rental and utility assistance. In total, HFA and our contractor, Plexos, has processed 1,120 applications of the 1,461 cases submitted to final resolution. Homeowner Assistance Fund. The Homeowner Assistance Fund was created under the American Rescue Plan Act of 21 to mitigate financial hardships associated with the coronavirus pandemic by providing funds to prevent mortgage delinquencies, defaults, and foreclosures among homeowners experiencing financial difficulty due to COVID-19 to qualify expense related to mortgages and housing. The territory was awarded a little over $8.5 million. OMB has selected the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to administer the Housing Assistance Fund program on behalf of the territory. To receive the allocation of the HAF funds, the territory developed and submitted to the Department of Treasury an action plan which describes the needs of homeowners in the jurisdiction, the design of the proposed program to be implemented using HAF funds, and performance goals. Pursuant to the regulations, homeowner households with incomes of up to 50% of the area median income are eligible. However, the regulations further require that at least 60% of HAF dollars must assist homeowner households with incomes at or below 100% area median income. Once implemented, the HAF program will assist homeowners in mitigating financial hardship by eliminating or reducing their mortgage loan arrears and thus their housing vulnerability, and help the lenders recoup outstanding payments. The RFP was published on August 31st, 2022, and the authority conducted a pre-bid conference on September 15th. Due to the questions posed, the bid submission deadline was extended to October 11th. Once bids are received, the evaluation committee is prepared to meet and vet each proposal. Based on the territory's HAF action plan, the authority anticipates assisting 300 homeowners through various programs established under the HAF. These include mortgage payment assistance, mortgage principal reduction, foreclosure prevention, and delinquent property tax assistance. The deadline for use of funds is September 2025. CDBG-CV and ESG-CV. Under the CARES Act, jurisdictions were awarded supplemental community development block grant funds specifically to prevent, prepare, and respond to the coronavirus pandemic. These allocations are referred to as CDBG-CV to distinguish them from the regular annual CDBG allocation. The territory was awarded $2.8 million over 3 rounds of allocation. An application cycle was conducted to identify projects to be funded under CDBG-CV. Ads soliciting proposals were published in all local newspapers of general circulation and posted on HFA's website. 19 applications totaling $4.24 million were received. Public hearing to present proposal was held virtually on July 20th. The team vetted all submission and approved 6 applications totaling a little over $1 million in funding. Solicitations for the second round began this month, and a virtual application orientation was held on October 4th. Any interested parties can still contact CDBG staff for more information. All application must be hand-delivered to HFA office on or before Friday, October 28, 4 p.m. The deadline for the use of CDBG-CV funds is September 2026. Funding allocations for the ESG-CV program total $2.2 million. The amount of the allocations are based on formula determined by HUD, which recently released new guidance extending the grant deadline to September 2023. Over $700,000 has been spent to date. ESG-CV funds may be used to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the COVID-19 crisis, specifically for persons who are homeless or receiving homeless assistance, or to expand homelessness assistance, homeless prevention activities to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19. A total of 6 organizations were funded for 9 projects implementing various activities ranging from emergency shelter, homelessness prevention, raid rehousing, street outreach, HMIS data management, and program administration expenses. Additional eligible activities include vaccine incentive, portable bathroom showers, and laundry service. Total ESG-CV funds obligated to date is a little over $1.7 million. Senators, this concludes my testimony. But before I end, I especially want to thank the entire VIHFA team who continues to work tirelessly on the mission of the authority while simultaneously working through hurricanes, pandemics, and more. Your hard work and dedication are noticed and appreciated. I would also like to thank the HFA Board of Directors for its guidance and wisdom, along with members of this body for their continued support in our efforts in disaster recovery. My staff and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Interim Acting Director, right? Interim Acting CEO, Interim, tell me.
Acting Director.
Interim Executive Director.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll begin with a round of 10 minutes each. Senator Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifier, and good morning to the people of the territory. I am start out listening to the testifier, intern director, and everything went south when the ward in Vision come up, because I've met with Splendid, I've met with the prime director, and this is one of the programs that really been hampering me and bring the people of the territory, and still is. Every time it rains, I think about those folks with those homes. And I have been fortunate that I went to some 20 homes. And when I go to these homes, when these constituents call, it's very sad. And it still is. Because every time it rains, I think about them based on going to their home and seeing the condition that they're living in. Every time it rains in the Virgin Islands, those are the first set of people I think about, because the conditions are not good. This Envision program, we have to find some way, somehow, to step the pace up on this. And I don't know what's the answer at this point in time, but we must find ways of making these roads for these people be a faster path and get to be living in a more comfortable environment. It's very sad when you see wash pan, bucket all over our house. When you go in somebody's bedroom and you can see the sky. Couple areas and times I have got blue tops to help them because the tops them have gone, but the place is deteriorating fast and we can see it. Commissioner Day, I just want to ask a question because someone sent me a document here. They try going up on the website and the same page cannot be found. Do you guys have a problem with your website at this time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Well, I need words we hear for someone to run a quick check and see what they get, because this just happened within the last maybe 5-10 minutes. The CSC that consists of these 30 members, who will be making the final decision to select who will be the members for that CSC?
That will be the Housing Finance Authority.
Will be making that final decision as to who?
Correct. As stated in the...
How far have you gotten thus far with it?
I'm sorry, Senator?
How far have you gotten as far as getting members or people applying? What's the status? Where are you with it as we speak today?
Again, we just rolled it out. We did send some correspondence to the legislature as well as the office of the governor to get some individuals. So they have, we've got some responses for them. It's just launched. We will have some advertisement out for individuals to apply. So it is just recently launched.
I had a meeting with you maybe a month ago, maybe 6 weeks. And I brought up some constituents that had some concern and issues. And I remember one of my constituents, we felt very good when I left your meeting. As of today, no one has reached to her home and gave her any update or any scope as to the status of what's going to happen. And she's been living with her neighbor for just about from the time of the storm. And I'm relating to that house in Calhoun that we spoke about. But as of today, no one have reached out to that Envision program and what's the status on her home. So I'd appreciate if you could get some information for me, that individual.
Absolutely, Senator, I will.
And through the chair, what I would like, if possible, can you provide a listing of the 39 homes under active construction and the listing of the 16 homes that have been completed? I definitely would like to see these homes because it's just alarming. And I definitely would like to, through the chair, if we can provide a listing of the 39 homes under active construction and the list of the 16 homes that have been completed. I would appreciate that. There's a emergency home across from Anna's Hope in St. Croix. What's the status on that emergency unit? There's about 3 units that should be under you guys' preview. What's the status on?
I do have Miss Johnson, Miss Nicole. Yeah, she's online. Miss Johnson, can you go ahead and introduce yourself? Take yourself off of mute, introduce yourself, and respond to the senator's question.
Good morning, Senator. Nicole Johnson, Manager of Rental Properties. Trying to figure out what emergency housing units you're referring to in the Anna's Hope area.
Can you say that again, please?
What emergency housing 3 units that you're referring to in St. Croix and the Anna's Hope area? We have...
Anna's Hope, that's directly across from Public Walk up on the hill. It's Anna's Hope units. It's about 3 units.
You know.
I know that we have 2 buildings, not 3 units.
Okay, probably could be 2 buildings then. I said 3, but it's probably 2. What's the status on those emergency homes?
The status of those emergency homes right now, we're going through the phase in which we're going through the procurement process to ascertain a contractor to repair those units, the interiors of those units right now.
So it's not, nothing is out on bid, nothing is secure as to when it will start.
Nothing is secure as to when it's going to start, but it's in process, and we're hoping to get it rolled out before the end of 2022.
All right, thank you very much. And Commissioner, you spoke about the wood that's in stored, and you spoke about St. Thomas and St. Croix. And I happen to drive past Alexander Henderson on a regular basis. And a lot of that wood is deteriorating. It's turning black. Either the treatment is being washed out, or either mold is infesting it. When last have an inspection been done of those woods to find out how much of the wood is still usable and how much is not?
So first I want to thank you for the question, Senator. First, I want to assure the public again and again that we will only be using lumber that is considered good on their property. We have hired recently a warehouse manager who is currently going through that process with some of our contractors. So when it's made available to us, I'm happy to make it available to you.
I would appreciate that, so I could have an idea as to how much of that wood, based on the amount of lumber that we have and how much of it is still available for use. You spoke about Mount Pleasant, of these 7 new units. Where in Mount Pleasant are we talking about? Spoke about 7 homes.
Senator, let me get you a site map. I don't have exactly where in Mount Pleasant at this time.
But you got some colleagues that right able to give us some good.
No, let me provide that to you. Thank you.
Okay, I'd appreciate that.
If I can, while I'm on your time, Senator, our website is up and running, so I'm not sure what the individual is logging on to or not able to have access to.
Been logging out to VI Housing Finance Authority, unlocking doors to affordable housing, and it came up.
1 minute.
An entire sheet came back saying it's page not found. So I'll have them try it again.
VIHFA.gov.
Excuse me?
VIHFA.gov.
Okay. And I want to ask one question to wrap up. I saw some first time eligibility terms and condition, and on one page I see income for St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John. I see income of 53, 79, and 58. And then on the next side I see where it says income of 24,000 for a $215,000 mortgage, income 21,000 with a mortgage of 192. What is the difference here that we are seeing here? Because this other site that's other information that you have here with the wages of 24, 21, and 33 are more low income, and then I see
Time.
these different income on the other site of 53,000 for St. Croix, 79 for St. John, and 58 for St. Thomas. And the mortgage is nearly close to the same in some area. In the St. Croix area is 216 and then 215, and in the St. John area it's 192 and then it goes up to 260, and then the St. Thomas is 242 and then it goes to 231. So the mortgage is nearly the same, but the income is greatly different.
Senator, are you referring to a page in my testimony this morning?
No, on your site, the eligibility for applicants for low income. And that's not the VI housing site, but one of your sites up with information for people applying.
Okay, those figures are based on the those are based on the HUD approved income limits. So it would, based on HUD approved income limits for the area, so it would say like on St. Thomas it's this amount, St. Croix is a different amount based on your income, like your area of medium income.
Yeah, and I understand that, but there's quite a difference in the salary based on what I receive. On one stat, you have salaries of 24, 21, and $33,000, and then in the next area, you have salaries of 53, 79, and 58. Sure.
Senator,
I'll get back.
yeah, because it's possible we could be referring to a moderate income and above, or that low to moderate income. But
Okay.
I'm happy to have that discussion with you. Also, you asked about where in Mount Pleasant. It's just right behind the Via warehouse. on
Okay,
St.
I know the
Croix.
area.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Blyden, point of information.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning again to all. My point of information is to the interim ED. In respect to your comments made with the Duno redevelopment, you stated for the Tutu Highway residents, it's also, especially for the former Duno residents and the Tutu Highway residents. That's my point of information. And my point of inquiry, Madam Chair, is to the statement that my last colleague asked in respect to the lumber. And my question is, the interim, it is stated that they hires someone to manage those areas in conjunction with the contractor. But my question is, in respect to the contractor and the individual who was hired, do they have knowledge of that type of industry in terms of the material? Because if the person that was hired say the lumber is good to go and the contractor say they're not using because they don't feel it's good to go, who makes the final decision in those instances? That's my question. That's my point of inquiry.
Which is why we've secured two other experts that can assist in construction, why we have the staff augmentation with Grant Construction as well, who has those construction experts. So they would be called in to assist if a decision could not be made right there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
Good morning to
Senator
the.
Blyden, one quick minute. Ms. Clennon and the Plexus, are they still under contract with you guys?
They are.
Are they leaving anytime soon?
I hope not.
Okay. Senator Blyden, you may proceed at this time with your 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning again to my colleagues, listening viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, interim ED Clendenin and your staff that's there with you, and thank you for your in-depth testimony. But I must say that before we really begin and get into my line of questioning, I'm much disappointed because I've been reaching out to your office. My staff and I have been reaching out to your office for some time to try and set up a meeting. We were supposed to have a meeting on the 11th, but we were not able to get to you. So we have rescheduled for the 25th of this month, and we are going to deep dive and get into all of the different divisions and programs within the core mission of the authority. Whereas we will try to identify the issues and see how we can move forward with solutions. So I'm just putting a notice on the 25th. You'll get something in writing, hopefully by Friday, that we have rescheduled for the 25th. But nonetheless, let me get into my line of questioning, because in your testimony, you stated that as of today, according to your testimony regarding the Evision program, 16 homes have been completed and construction is underway on 39 others. 16 homes in 5 years. I honestly find this to be unacceptable on so many levels. And I'm honestly disturbed that the pace continues to be slow, because in your quarterly report to HUD for the period of April to June of this year, you stated that as of the end of June, 13 homes had been completed and 38 were underway. That means that only 3 homes have been completed in this whole quarter. So can you tell me why is the pace so slow, particularly when it comes to contractor, that a contractor was hired earlier this year? So why is the pace still such a slow pace? What's going on in that space? Can you talk to me succinctly, please?
Certainly, and of course, Ms. Hanley will add to what I'm about to say. But we too are just as concerned as you about the program and the pace of it. But the program has not been without its challenges. Its challenges in terms of capacity, which is why we did a staff augmentation to get that engineering firm on board to assist the staff. A lot of the homes require drawings, architectural drawings, which again, the capacity internally has not been with HFA, which again is why we hired 2 engineers to assist. We've partnered with ODR to use their engineer to help us. We've got our own. We have tried numerous ways to make this go faster. Because the homes have to have drawings, they cannot just go into construction. And drawing could take some time, but I want Ms. Hanley to also to add to some of the challenges she's facing daily with this program.
Good morning.
Please.
To add to what Ms. Clendenin is saying is that, as she mentioned, the drawings are required. After the inspection of the home, a drawing can take up to 20 days. The drawings for our contractors need to provide details. Because these homes require substantial rehabilitation, that is why there is an extended period of time. Some of the concerns also exist as it relates to the cost of construction. As we are all aware, the cost of construction has increased significantly. We do have homes that are ready for construction, but the concern is that the cost exceeds the program cap. The program cap existing right now is $250,000, and some of the change orders that we have received is in excess of $350,000. That is a significant cost to the homeowner. So one of the things that we're doing is looking at the individual line items for the repairs. In some instances, we can remove those line items. In some instances, we can't, because it's a health and safety. And that is some of the challenges that the program is facing. So with the increase in the program cap to 350,000, we're hoping that we will be able to provide assistance to homeowners whose repairs exceed the existing program costs.
Okay, thank you for that. And let me ask you quickly, what type of engineers have you brought on board? Civil, mechanical, or structural? What type of engineer? And what are their specialties?
We have brought on board 2 civil engineers.
With both specialties,
engineers?
civil and mechanical.
What their specialty in?
Civil and mechanical.
Civil usually deal with roads and bridges, not homes. So if I ask specifically what type of engineers
Not
you
necessarily.
brought on board.
I will let Mr. Pell, who is the civil engineer, who is new to this program but is assisting, and he could speak to the expertise he brings. Mr. Pell?
Succinctly, please. And I know Mr. Pell, I know what he brings to the table, but move forward, Mr. Pell, please.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
My specialty in the civil engineering field is construction. Civil engineering does have 5 disciplines, which includes construction. It has roads, bridges, buildings. So I focus on the construction side.
Okay, thank you for that. The reason why, and that's why I'm looking forward to my hearing, because I'm going to really drill down and get into the dirt and the details of exactly what the issues are, because I know what they are. And we need to really have a real and frank discussion moving forward, because this. We must change. We must change the way we are doing things. I know, and I will also have contractors there at that hearing, because they're the one in the trenches and they're the one that's going through the issues. Because of course, yes, the prices are changing on a daily basis, but at the same time, the amount of time it takes to get through the process. By the time you get your notice to proceed, everything has changed. So we need to really find out what's going on with the structure and the process, and how we can streamline that process. That's the issue I'm seeing. And the most important issue I'm seeing is communication. I myself as a senator and my team who call HF on a daily basis, we can't get through. Many times we have to go in person. Many times people are calling me who can't get through, and they go in person and still can't get through. That's a problem. And it's a serious problem until and unless we get our communication correct. I don't care what plan we have, what we do, how many people you hire, the front line must have access. There must be access to HFA in order to get anything done, because that's why it's moving so slow also. The communication needs to improve. I mean, I can't stress that enough. Interim ED, you spoke to the Esgcv program, which is the Emergency Solution Grant.
That's you.
And despite many of the individuals who have been going through the different programs who may have fallen through a crack, that's another form of assistance that can assist people. I know a young lady called me yesterday, as a matter of fact, told me she had been trying to call HFT because you guys finally assisted her, and I'm grateful for that. She runs the individual who had asbestos in her home since the hurricane, and she has been waiting to be relocated in order for them to fix her home. And you guys finally relocated her, but at the same time, she stated that where you guys put her, and I'm not going to call it the area, there's 16 to 20 steps, and she's elderly. She can't even make it up the stairs. She did the first night when she went home, she couldn't move for 2 days because she was in so much pain. How does that process look succinctly in terms of where you put someone in an interim? I know, as we all know, there's a shortage of housing stock. That's why your agency plays such a critical and vital role in bringing those stocks online. But how does that process look when it comes to individuals who are disabled and elderly, in housing them in an interim while the home is being repaired? How does that look like, and what that process look like? Please, someone can explain to me, please? Because it's like a hardship on top of a hardship, on top of stress that you've been dealing with for over a year. Really, who deals with that process in an agency?
You were talking about the ESG, someone that got assistance through ESG, through
Yes.
ESG program.
Yes.
What we
Yes.
do work
1
with
minute.
sub-recipients the person would go to them with the problem, they would assist them in finding a home, and then we would use those funds to pay the rent and pay the utilities and for the case management. So we go through, say, through Catholic Charities, the Women's Coalition. So we go through different, those are
Organizations, no
sub-recipients,
profit.
and they're the ones that assist. We don't go, as the agency is not going out to find the
Okay.
apartments.
Very
but
well.
yes.
Very well. Very well, Miss. Very well. I got it. Thank you so much. We will deal with that also at the next hearing, when we deep dive. And lastly, before my time is up, because what I really do not understand, and I would like to have some information on. I know DPNR found that the level of toxic were within acceptable limit. We talking about Duno now, because it's been down for a year, behind a year right now. And how does the contractor, the GC contractor, refuse to return to work when DPNR have actually, who is the agency, the regulating agency, said that the taxons are not are acceptable. So isn't a contractor in violation, and shouldn't they be penalized? Because we are in a crisis and we need the project to move forward. So what is being done in that space? Because I know they are under negotiation in terms of return to work, etc. But I know DPNR is the regulatory agency that deals with those issues. So how can a contractor say they're not returning to work when the regulatory body has said everything is fine? Edie Clendenin, because maybe a year behind.
So the project with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, they are currently in that negotiations with GEC and Penrose, their developer, to determine a path forward. That's the only statement I could make towards that,
Correct. Understood.
Senator.
Understood. Madam Chair, I appreciate the time. I have many more questions in respect to the disaster and infrastructure space, but nonetheless, I'll regress and wait for my second round. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. What's the bottleneck, Ms. Shelford, in getting these ERAP payments out? I, for one, to send you, I send Mr. Grant, I send him all kind of emails. What's the bottleneck in this whole ERAP program?
What we were going through at the end, in ERAP 1 was closing out at 9/30, 2022. So what we made sure that we got all the applications in so that we didn't have to send back any monies. And as we speak, the checks are going out. So that was pushing through a lot of checks to make sure we met our deadline. So
So how soon, let me give a good example. I sent you an email. Let's look at Royal American. That's a lot of people in a large
and
apartment.
we did look at that whole the agency and who they were serving in terms of who we would have had in the pipeline. We had some that we did pay, and then we had some that came in, say September. Some were second round, and those people we did the checks. We have to do certifications for the check, but to meet our 9:30 deadline, we got the checks done and we're getting them out.
But
As
can we
speak.
agree that we need to really speed up the ERAP process? Because the keyword in emergency rental assistance is the E, emergency.
Yeah,
A sense of
understood.
urgency is needed.
Understood, and we had to push to meet our deadline so that we didn't lose any more funding, and now we're getting the checks out. So the checks are prepared and going out.
What's going out? We're talking about checks going out in a week, 2 weeks. Because honestly, as a senator,
Every week.
and I think I could speak for most of my colleagues, I am exhausted with acting as a super commissioner. I don't get your salary, right? I don't. We far lower on the pay scale, but we spend a considerable amount of time with people coming to the building, having to go outside, and it takes away, honestly, from our policy-making role to hunt down checks.
Understood, and like I say, as we speak, they're going out. It comes with also, yes, you process the checks, you have to do a certification that's required by Treasury. So we can't just say we process the checks, we mail them out. We have to get the landlord and the tenant to come and sign. We send them via email, we get them back. Some people might respond before others, some might respond before others, but our goal is to also get the checks out. We really don't want people calling you or calling us on a regular about these checks because we know the urgency.
Not just the goal, Senator. I do want to put on the record that with the addition of the Plexus team, we have really been able to get to that 5 million mark, and $5 million worth of direct assistance has been out. We sign checks every single week for ERAP.
I had a Plexus employee call, very concerned about their job, and they informed us that their contract has now been extended to December. Is that accurate?
Plexus has a contract with us from May to May of 2023. That is the term of the contract.
Okay. Senator Francis?
Thank you very much.
Sorry, before you
Thank you very
proceed, Senator Francis, hold a second before you proceed. I want to acknowledge the presence of Senator Vialli. Please mark him up present. And then Director Actilene Williams. I totally forgot to acknowledge you. My humble apologies. Good morning. Go ahead. You can say good morning.
Thank you very good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. And good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Today is a rough day. And it's a rough day because we have just gotten a 17-page testimony that briefs well. However, the reality is that we're not. We're not meeting the needs of this community in respect to the Envision program. We are failing, and we are failing miserably to be able to address that particular issue. Frankly, I believe that we will never be able to meet this because, again, we're continue to extend the time over time, and costs continue to increase significantly as we see here. I truly believe that we have come to the point where we just need to issue a grant. Issue a grant to these individuals, applicants, and hold them responsible for fixing their own home. And they could draw down periodically, similar to what the bank requires, but we're not meeting the needs of this community. I want to ask media to show a picture of an individual that have been waiting for months to be able to get some attention. Because of the weather-beaten tarpaulins, because of the rain, this is the result of it. This is simply one of the many stories that we encounter every single day. Our community is losing hope. There's no hope in fear, but they're losing hope in this process. They're holding the senators responsible for these issues because they believe that we have oversight responsibility, again, to address their concerns. I had an encounter with a woman right out of Kmart, and I don't know who was crying more, if it was me or that resident. I mean, as she gave her revelation of what she's experiencing, especially in this time of this heavy rain, the amount of tubs and wash pan that she has to put to be able to catch the water in some instances because of a roofing problem. And I know we're talking about Envision, that's the total rebuilt, but our community is really feeling the pain, and we have to do something. We have to do something to resolve this issue. So, Madam Interim Director, how can we truly move the needle on this particular issue? Well, let me ask the Director of ODR, in terms of your oversight responsibility, how are you holding HFA responsible for the expenditures of this federal monies and being able to meet the needs of this community?
Good morning, Adrienne Williams, Actilene, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. As Senator, we meet with the Housing Finance Authority on all of their recovery projects. We meet on a bi-weekly basis on all of the other projects funded through CDBG DR. We meet also bi-weekly with them on the Envision program. We've provided opportunities for them to access the engineers that are with under our contract to help to expedite the archaeological engineering services. That's a huge challenge.
So let me stop you right there, because what is this biweekly meeting result in? I mean, what is the results of these biweekly meetings? Who ultimately then responsible for productivity? Yeah, I see where the director spoke about productivity is perhaps the most important reason for onboarding staff. Who is then measuring productivity?
So the participants, the highest ranking member that participates in the meeting is Ms. Anna Hanley. We identify what the deliverables are, and of course they're not to our expectations either. Some of these challenges are real. However, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in this regard.
Interim Director.
Senator?
Again, what is your marching orders? What is it that you're hoping to achieve during your tenureship and oversight of HFA in respond to the needs of this community?
As the Chief Disaster Recovery Officer as well, it is the goal with my team to get these projects moving. That's the name of the game, with some sense of urgency. There has been a significant amount of challenges faced here, and even before I had dreams of coming to HFA, they have been quite challenged. And those challenges, as Director Actolin said, are very real. But I believe now we have some things in place with the staff augmentation, which is necessary to do these drawings for some of these homes. Even the picture you showed, the condition of that house, that could just never be rebuilt without some type of drawing or that type of engineering necessary. And again, HFA historically didn't have that capacity on staff either. So with the help of this new company, with the resources we use with ODR, we are hopeful that this will accelerate the process. And if it doesn't, we are prepared to bring in additional help as well to move it even faster.
And I think some of that is the problem. I mean, we continue to bring in the help, but we're not moving these projects faster. Some of the complaints that we're getting is that we get the residents are getting called, the applicants are getting calls almost every 2 weeks for an inspection, but no inspector is showing up. They're waiting and waiting and waiting for these inspectors to show up, and they're not showing up.
Senator, I don't know why that would be. I'm going to let Ms. Hanley address that, but I don't know why we would call and say we're coming and not appear.
Senator Francis, for that particular client, I do apologize if that has occurred. But one of the things I ensure with the construction management staff and our contractors is that we recognize and understand that our residents are tired, and there is a process associated with the inspections. And I make sure that we do not cancel the inspections, and should we have to, contact is being made with the residents to advise them of a need to reschedule. We did recently schedule in excess of 18 inspections. That is to help us to get drawings for these homes. That was done with our construction management staff as well as our new CM project management staff, grant engineering services. And these are for the homes that require substantial rehabilitation. So therefore, approved DPNR drawings are required.
Very well. Madam Chair, was my time called?
2 minutes.
Thank you for your response, Ms. Hanley. But I think the reality is that, again, individuals are calling the senator's office, and I could give you names and number, because they're not able to reach HFA in some instances, or that there is no response to them. I mean, when individuals resort to their representative is because you're not meeting the needs. The agencies are not meeting the needs of our community, and we really got to do a better job in resolving that particular issue.
Senator, if I may?
Yes.
To your point, again, it's why we have our citizen complaint initiative that I spoke about earlier, just trying to be at the forefront of some of these complaints and being able to have them addressed where we have dedicated personnel. I do want to take this opportunity to tell the listening public, again,
1 minute.
340-715-5902. If you have a complaint, that's the number to call, or go to CDBG information at vihfa.gov. You can email your complaint as well.
And my final question quickly on this particular round is, have there been an assessment of the lumber stored at Henderson School? I continue to see the deterioration of the lumber that's there is exposed to the rain and sun, and we know what happens to lumber for that extended period of time. They've been there for a number of years. Have there been an assessment to determine whether or not these lumber will be effective to be put on people's homes?
Sure, as indicated to the former senator, we are currently going through that process. I'm happy to provide those details once completed, but to assure the listening and viewing audience, we will not use lumber that is not code or not good lumber for folks' home.
Time.
Thank you very much. Again, my time has been called. I am happy to hear that at least with the ERAP program that we're making some advancement there, but we still have a lot of work to do in this community. And again, we want to be a partner in this because our family members, our constituents is who's being impacted by this significantly. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Point of inquiry, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Interim ED Clendenin, I know you spoke to the mitigation funds, and I know that last week spoke about those funds, but right after the budget markup process we spoke, and I know you had a very important meeting that week with HUD in respect to those funds and the water line extension program. What is the result of that meeting? Because I know, as you know, I've been stressing and pressing for this for some time now. And I know during the budget process, you said that those funds could not be used for the water line extension, but nonetheless, I know different. So what was the result of that meeting? Can you let us know, please?
Senator, I'm happy to have that conversation offline with you.
But you can't put it on the record?
I wish not to.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Blyden, I was a bit distracted. What was your question?
She can discuss it online. Whether in respect to the mitigation funds that was allocated for the water line extension throughout the territory after the hurricane. So I know she had a very important meeting with HUD in respect to those funds, and I was inquiring about the results of that meeting, but she said she's going to discuss it offline. Thank you so much for the time.
Is it a proprietary information?
Yes.
What makes it proprietary information?
Senator, again, as we go through...
Okay, hold on. Would it put funds in jeopardy if you respond to us? In short, yes.
It is best if I speak to the senator, or we could have a conversation offline.
Oh, sorry. Senator, please mark Senator Joseph as present. Point of inquiry, Senator Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good morning to everyone, including our listening and viewing audience. My point of inquiry is to the same question that Senator Blyden asked. Is any of the funding in jeopardy currently?
No funding is in jeopardy currently.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before we go to Senator Carrion, the employee status, how many vacancies do you have right now?
With the disaster recovery, we have about 10 or 12 vacancies.
And overall?
Let me get that for you.
And then I guess I have to ask Director Actaline, Williams Actaline, or interim acting Executive Director Clendenin, I sent an email. I copied you, I copied ODR, and I copied Vitima. And I sent an email right on the cusp of hurricane season beginning. And knowing that the Envision program is languishing, for lack of a better word, I sent an email asking about the status of TARPs. And I sent it to the 3 agencies that are dealing with disaster recovery, roofs. That's the 3 of you guys. And I also asked if you need an appropriation for more TARPs, because if you put a TARP on in 2017, the TARP has weathered in 2022. And we're driving the island and we're seeing TARPs that are in total disarray. They are no longer serving their purpose while they wait for the roofing program. Director Actaline, we talk about a long-term recovery group and this and that. How, in the absence of us not moving, 'cause at the end of the day, we could say, we didn't get this contractor, we had this bottleneck, that bottleneck, but the point is that the government has culpability. And no matter what the excuses around it or the reason around it, the point is roofs were not repaired, and they're still not repaired. How, in our good conscience, are we functioning knowing that rain, we see rain all the time right now happening. People are drowning in water. There's a home next to me, I keep saying it. My childhood babysitter is in water. Every time I pass her house to get to my house, I am so embarrassed and I feel so guilty. So what is the plan? What is the plan in the interim as you work with ODR and Vitima, at least to replace the tarps and the roofs that have been damaged? That may not be your responsibility, but what are the discussions? Because it's a domino effect. You have roofs. Vitima job is to tell you when the storm come in, response and recovery. Disaster recovery have the federal dollars to move the projects. But the point is all of you guys deal with disaster and the outcome of a disaster. So I'm asking on the floor today since my email went unanswered.
First, let me apologize that your email went unanswered or that my staff didn't respond. TARPs is not unfortunately not within the purview of the responsibility of the Housing Finance Authority. Our full commitment, our full attention, our full focus must be on these homes. That's where we are. It begs the question, so with the CDBGDR funds, there's no program, there's no allocation to give out TARPs or to purchase TARPs and further, or to install or help the homeowner install TARPs. Our focus is to get these homes fixed.
Hold a second. If I had to take the posture that is not within I do everything every day, that's not within Title II of the Virgin Islands Code. And if I had to take the posture and say to a constituent, that really ain't my job, I would be home jobless. And I said that to say that even though your job is the roof, I asked specifically, you could sit and say, Senator, we will not get to these homes within a hurricane season. And of this roofing program, these are the amount of people that we have that need roofs, that may need their tarps to be replaced. Therefore, we may need an allocation of so and so and so to get tarps out and to replace them. I'm not, sometimes we're in a box, but we all live in this community and nothing precludes you from saying, that's a good suggestion. We may need an appropriation. And I asked that question in the height of the budget season. I asked it actually in May. And June, July, August, September, October, not a response. Not one from Vitima. I called Director Acton. We had a discussion, truth be told, and nothing from you. And I'm like, we live in the same society. Somebody have to be our aunt, our uncle, or cousin that don't have a roof. Are we saying that we are so tone deaf to the needs of our community? I couldn't get a response to say, I could have been able to say, finance chair in the budget markup, let's move $250,000. We're going to find taps from someplace, and we will initiate a movement and getting taps replaced. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your time.
Thank you, and good morning to you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues.
Yeah.
And good morning to testifiers that are here.
You're right.
Wow, this is very troubling to hear some of what we're hearing this morning, and I really have to say, enjoy my colleagues and their sentiment as it's sad. It's really sad that we continue to be this state of not really progressing at the level that we should, while we still have a number of individuals that are suffering and waiting. It seems to me that part of the problem here, part of the bottleneck and the systematic issues and everything else that has been a challenge for the department, but communication really has failed, and that makes even matters worse when an individual is waiting and not sure of what's happening or when their home will be repaired or what's going to happen. You know, it's very disappointing, and we really need to change this. You know, I just like my colleagues have received numerous calls and have different people who've been asking questions and trying to get some answers in response. There's one case in particular that really hits deep, and I want to identify the lady's name. I just mentioned she's CT, and she's a senior who has been waiting for answers. She has been displaced, and she's jumping from here to there, family and friends, because she cannot live in her house. Since 2019, she's been staying with another friend, and these individuals, they need help. So my question really is, what's happening with the rental assistance program for these individuals that have been displaced because their house hasn't been repaired?
So thank you for the question, Senator. I do want to say we recognize there was an issue with that, people having to be displaced, especially if we may have started construction and something went wrong in construction, etc. What we have done is rewrite our policy to allow for us to be able to shelter that person, to be able to, whether it's to put them in a new home, use one of our emergency housing, to get them somewhere safe until the construction of their home is completed. So that's one effort we've made. Also for ERAP, maybe in ERAP 2, there may be some opportunity for that individual to apply. However, ERAP is largely for those affected by the pandemic.
So in case management, have you been reaching out, not you particularly, but your office, to individuals that you have their applications that are in this process to find out what are their status, what do they need? I mean, what has your office been doing then to ensure that if they're in this predicament where they don't have a place to live, what options are there? Because this individual in particular hasn't received any call to provide any type of options or assistance to her.
So with the case management form, HORN, they are really the front line in advising those applicants as to status, what's happening with their property. We also now implemented, and I spoke about earlier, that complaint line, more like concern line, I want to call it, where they can call. If you're, I think I may know the applicant you are speaking about, and the team is working feverishly to rectify that situation.
Well, I just spoke to her this morning, and no one has assisted her with reference to rental.
Senator, I don't really believe that is completely true. I don't believe that is completely true. The staff has made contact in sense of, this is what we are willing to do, this is what we can do. I'm happy to have her call me herself, but I too have, if it's the same individual, have been in contact with those near and dear to her, because as you stated, she is an elderly person as well. So I'm happy to take her number and place the call myself.
So we could do that. I'll speak to you off the record.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully find some solution, not only to her, but to many that are in the same situation, because I can't believe that my colleagues and the clients, constituents that they've been assisting are lying about their situation and their status. So we really need to get to the bottom of this. Now, with regards to, you spoke about the rising cost of construction and that you prepared a third substantial amendment to the Disaster Recovery Action Plan, which has to be approved by HUD. Do you foresee HUD approving this amendment? Is there a timeline by which HUD would make this decision? And how does this affect the current operations that you have?
And I'll let Ms. Hanley speak to this, but we don't foresee a problem with the amendment, as we had shared it with HUD previously as well before the official submission, just so we could work out any possible concerns they may have. So I don't foresee a non-approval from HUD.
I don't foresee an issue with the approval of the third amendment to the action plan. For the applicants, it positively helps the applicants. It increases the program cap from $250,000 to $350,000 for a homeowner, and for rental applicants, it increases from $50,000 to $75,000 per unit.
And it doesn't affect your current operations?
No, we do have a couple of applicants whose cost of construction increased the $250,000. As I indicated, we're doing one of two things. We're temporarily holding those applicants so that those applicants would not have to pay escrow for their construction, or we have worked with some applicants to reduce
2 minutes
their line items within their construction, but maintaining health and quality standards during the construction process.
Well, and also, I know you spoke in your testimony about the citizen complaint initiative and the citizen complaint tab that you have placed on the website. But are you meeting the expectations of the 15 days that you expect to respond to these complaints?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Have any of the federal funds, have you lost any of the federal funds you received thus far?
Beyond the, what was it? Beyond the ERAP funds that were recaptured, there are no other funds that we've lost.
And how much was that?
That was 16 million.
16 million.
Right, but I want to assure the public that no applicant went without because that money went back. We served the applications we received.
Very well. And then right in that area regard to the ARPA funding, you said you've been able to process 1,120 applications. From that, how much have you been able to award to your applicants?
900?
In excess of 900.
900. Bro. And in those cases where one of my colleagues eagerly inquired about the emergency housing stock under the preview renounced House and Finance Authority, is there any plan to expand? Also, has the authority paid for any displaced family to be housed due to extended time they have to
Time.
wait in order to get their home repairs?
So we do have a few emergency housing projects under the CDBG-DR program. We also are doing some of our own repairs, as Ms. Johnson testified to, indicated earlier. We also, I'm currently in conversation with the Commissioner of Property and Procurement for the lease or purchase of some facility that we can refurbish to make for emergency housing as well. And I'm sorry, your last question was?
No, that's fine. That really gives me an update of what you're doing. And in closing, because my time has been called, I just really want to ask that the case managers really reach out to all your applicants and find out what's their status and provide them with information on the options that they have available. Communication is the key, and when there's no communication, then people don't know what the status is or what is going to happen. So I think that's crucial. So please do reach out to these individuals, and that would provide some sort of comfort to know that there's some work being done and someone looking at their case and something is going to happen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of inquiry?
Yes, point of inquiry, Senator Blayden.
Thank you. Interim Director, Acting Director, ED Clendenin. Let me ask, in respect to Plexus, my specialist just came off the phone and was speaking to me in respect to Plexus and them not receiving any call because of the high call volume and having folks call back the next day, but folks' lights are being cut in the interim. I have an elderly senior constituent whose light have been cut for 2 months straight, and she can't get a hold through Plexus, and she called my office, like hundreds more. On a daily basis, I get calls. What is being done in terms of those individuals who light and or water is being disconnected and cannot get a hold of Plexus through Plexus? And what's going on with Plexus? Is anyone from Plexus on the screen right now that I can question, please? That can respond to that?
No, Senator. Nobody from Plexus is a part of this hearing. 1. 2, we're not aware of any individual that would have their lights cut because we didn't issue the check. So I'm not sure if you said this applicant had her lights cut for 2 months?
Yeah, 2 months back to back. It's happening. It's happening on a regular basis, interim ED. And that's where the communication again comes in. I'll have my staff that come down in person and see what can be done, okay? Because he himself is having issues. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll continue my line of questioning when my time comes again. Thank you.
You're welcome. Senator Francis, point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just real quickly, I wanted to ask the interim director whether or not the utility payments under the RERAP is up to date. My office just received a distress call of an individual in St. Thomas that had her power disconnected recently as a result of a non-payment under the ERAP portion. She's paid her share, however, ERAP have not made good their side of it. So I'm asking whether or not the utility payments are up to date under ERAP.
Senator, I'm a little confused because that's not really how the program works in terms of deeper portion and repair portion. If the tenant is behind in the utilities and they send in an application and we have communication with WAPA about these tenants, they shouldn't be disconnected. So we could get back to you, or we could get the names of the tenants that are getting disconnected to see where they were in the pipeline, if their application were, if something is missing. Because
Okay.
we have
Very
a
well.
direct contact with WAPA that we deal with, that they shouldn't get disconnected as long as we have the case on hand and we're working on it, or whatever the process, if it's in process.
Very well. Again, whether or not the payment is up to date was one of my initial questions, but also the fact that an attempt was made to call the ERAP emergency line, and there was a message that informed the individual that they'll get a return call the following day. However, that call have not been made, and to date now, the power has been disconnected, and this young lady is in distress, obviously having a child in the house as well. So I'll be happy to share the name, number with you.
Please share that information with us, because as long as they're an applicant, we would inform WAPA and they would not be disconnected. So I'm not sure what happened in this case, but we will be able to help if we can, as long as we get the information, and we will reach out to WAPA and the
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Director Williams Actolin. Are you there?
Yes.
Can you tell me about my tarps, please?
Well, Senator, there actually isn't any existing federal program that will allow for the purchase of tarps. In our conversation, I did recommend too that we also include the cost for installation, because a lot of the families wouldn't have the support to put on tarps on the roofs. So I fully sanction any effort you can make to appropriate funding for that, because based on how the existing Irma Maria disaster is structured, we're past the preparedness stage. We're in the permanent phase for the reconstruction.
So we do know that there's no federal funding for TARPs, because you and I already established that via conversation. So it goes back to the point that when the email went out, somebody could have said that this is the average cost of a TARP. I am not in the disaster business. So somebody could have said that this is the average cost for a TARP, and this is how much we will need to get TARPs. Almost every agency, when they have a need, make sure to send a request to ask us to fund something. We just reprogram a whole set of funds from agencies, 6 million in education, and the list goes on. And we did not get a response. I'm so frustrated with this top and this roof, because you guys don't get the brunt of it. You can't even go in the grocery store good, because our pictures plastered across the side of the road. So the first thing to do is to ask us, you guys aren't plastered any place? And it's frustrating just from a place of empathy and humanity. Just humanity. My poor babysitter, bedridden, and her hospital bed is sitting in water. And then there are towels on the floor saturated in water. And her daughter is handicapped. That cannot be okay. So if we can't get the roofs repaired, we are in the height of hurricane season. I'm a hurricane baby, so I know. We're in the height of hurricane season. And the whole, we escaped by the grace of God. Fiona went a little south. Ira went a little north. But we still got rain. And even if we get a tropical storm, it has the ability to impact us like a Category 4, because the infrastructure is broken. So today, before you leave, by the close of business, can you send the data, one of you guys, of how many homes that need roofs, so we can work on repairing those tops? Please. a begging.
Yes, Senator.
And I hate to have to address private emails on a public platform, because if I send a private email, I don't want to feel like I'm being antagonistic on the floor. Because that's the impression that you guys give the public, that I come here to cuss you off, and that's not it. But I asked for this information from the end of May, June, then I called the director, and we had a discussion. So these private discussions now become public because I can't get a response. I have to have the lights and the cameras on me to ask a question, and then I get a response. So I'm asking by the close of business to my office, please send the data. Senator Viola, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. And good morning to the testifiers. Let me start with some of the easier questions first that could be answered very straightforward. I saw that you said you appealed the decision of HUD in reference to the projects. What is the status of the permits? So that's some money. What's the status of the permits with Army Corps? And was an application submitted for the Schooner Bay dredging project to Army Corps?
For the dredging projects, it's the East Gregory Channel and it's the Waiko Dock. So for those, we've submitted to HUD and we're an appeal, and we're waiting the response.
What's the status of the permits at Army Corps?
I'm not sure of the status with the permits for Army Corps, because if we don't have an approval for HUD for this, there should be no activity charged to this. So I'm not sure of that.
Okay, but that's two different things. The permit is one. The permit allows you to do what you need to do, whether or not we utilize local or federal funds. I'm asking about the permit. I think they're good for some 5 years. Has anybody checked on the status of the permit with Army Corps?
We have not.
Okay. Was the application submitted for Schooner Bay to Army Corps?
Senator, that Schooner Bay project isn't a part of the recovery projects. That
What was an application? I'm not asking that. There was an application submitted to Army Corps. Whatever part it is. But was an application for the dredging submitted to Army Corps? Ms. Williams.
So Senator, the Schooner Bay Channel is being slated for the mitigation funding. So the Housing Finance Authority is not at that point yet. What the Port Authority has been doing was trying to see whether or not they can get to do some of the preliminary work, but it's really predicated on the MIT requirements.
Okay, hold up. That's the money part.
But it's important because it provides the funding for all of that exploratory work that needs to be done and structuring the overall scope of the work. So some of it can be done, but they still have to wait.
Hold up. Port Authority have submitted application for permits before.
Right.
There was a back and forth in which they were seeking to utilize the federal funds, so they were going to go through FHA. But I'm not asking that. I'm asking about the permit being submitted to Army Corps. Okay, if you get the money, the permits have taken a long time.
True.
So has that permit been submitted by the Port Authority to Army Corps for the Schooner Bay Channel?
So to my understanding, and of course that is the information that I have at this point, they have been working with Army Corps to do everything they can do up to this point.
Okay, I'm trying to get like a yes or no. I'm really just trying to find out, has it been or has it not?
I think for current information, we would need to speak to see what's the status with the Port Authority.
Okay, we've been working on this project from 2015 when we first came in the legislature. Matter of fact, we passed money for the Schooner Bay dredging all the way back in the 31st legislature. In reference to the citizen complaint process, that really puzzles me, because we have a citizen complaint process when the citizens can't even get you to Housing Finance Authority to find out the status of their homes under the Envision program. Now, in reference to this audit, the Office of the Inspector General, and this is the U.S. Office of the Inspector General, and the HUD monitoring, how much has been spent on administrative costs for the CBDG DR match program or the CDBG DR program? How much has been spent on administrative costs?
1 second, Senator. Match.
Okay, while I'm awaiting that information, we had an administrator for the Envision program before the R-Man group. How much total was paid to the R-Man group? Actually paid. I know the contract was for like 14 million.
7. Senator, 7 million.
Okay, $7 million. I looked at that particular contract, and the contract was to develop scope of work, permitting, draw house plan, et cetera, et cetera. What was the deliverables of that program? We paid in $7 million. How many house plans were generated? How many permits were applied for?
Senator, I don't have the specific number of permits that were done under that particular contractor. What did occur was that the initial damage assessments for over 400 of the properties were completed, and a lot of
I read the contract. One minute. I read the contract for Aman Group, and it wasn't just to determine what was damaged. I mean, anybody could determine what was damaged just with the naked eye. It was for them to also develop plans to be submitted to DPNR, actual architectural drawings, detailed architectural drawings to be submitted to DPNR. Was that ever done? What did we pay $7 million or $8 million for?
Senator, yes, some of the architectural drawings were completed under this particular contract, under that contract.
How many?
As I said, Senator, I don't have the specific number. I can provide that for you.
You need to have the specific number. I think a lot of these stuff is why you're being audited, because we spent a lot of money on administrative costs and we're not completing the project. We spent $8 million to the Aman Group, and you got 10 completed homes on St. Croix and 6 on St. Thomas. 10 and 6. Let's say, even if it was $300,000, you know, that's a little over $4 million in homes. How do you spend $8 million in administrative costs in a year or two, and it's not even equal to the output in terms of what is actually constructed? How are we justifying that?
Senator, as we have testified before, as it relates to that particular contract, that contract was a time and material contract. The cost was not administrative costs to the program. Those were deliverables based on the projects.
And a part of the deliverable was the development of scope of work, architectural plan, submission of permit to DPNR. I read the contract. The contract was well written. But we have paid a company $8 million, and we're still at step one. There are individuals who are waiting for their drawings to be completed. Where more than one occasions, individuals have gone into their homes and said, we're going to get back to you. We're working on the permit. We're working on this. We're working on that. And nothing. I truly don't understand how that took place. Now, we hired persons since March of 2022 to construct some 200 homes. How much homes have been assigned to persons?
Initially, 50 homes were assigned to persons. 36 of those 50 homes required architectural drawings. An additional...
How many 36 architectural drawings have been completed?
Completed to date
1
of
minute.
those 36 will be 11.
What is the plan to speed this up? Is you just hired a new administrator for the Envision program, correct?
Correct, Senator.
And who's that?
Grant Engineering Services.
And they're responsible now for the architectural drawings?
Yes, Senator.
How many are they working on?
Right now they were given 36 initial projects to work on. They were given an additional 50.
Who is calling the homeowners to let them know the status? I know a number of homeowners that are waiting for a call. Who's calling them to let them know that we're going to get to you by this date, we're working on this, we're working on that? Who's calling them?
Our contractor, Horn.
Which one are the contractors?
Horn.
So that's a next group we have
Time.
for administrative costs, but the individuals are not, would you indulge us, Madam Chair, 1 second?
Proceed.
Individuals are not getting those phone calls. I know dozens of individuals who called me with the recent rains that are waiting for the Envision program. They said they're calling, and they can't get through. So I don't think this company, how much you paying this company to follow up on all of this?
Senator, I don't have the number for this particular contractor in terms of payment. This is our case management contractor.
Okay, so can somebody please get those numbers for me, please? And my last question, a $1 million contract extension was given within the last 2 weeks. Who was that for? To Finance Authority. What was that for, this $1 million contract extension?
Senator, I'm
Just
sorry.
let me-
I'm asking you to repeat your question.
A $1 million contract extension was given to a group. What is that contract extension, and what was the purpose of it?
We recently did a contract extension for one of the contractors that does the security for the lumber. We did that extension of that contract, and we also
$1 million extension for the contractor that does security for the lumber where?
in both districts, the St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix districts.
And they had a $3 million contract before?
They had a close to $2 million contract before.
And is that the only contract extension that was given?
That is on the top of my head, Senator, yes.
Whether it's on the top or the bottom, is that the only, we gotta know, is that the only contract extension that was given?
I can do some research and get back to you, but that is what I recall.
Did you get board approval for the contract extension?
Yes.
Okay, and there's a next contract extension that you're not speaking about. I can be very specific, but I'll give you an opportunity to say what it is on the record. Madam Chair, we'll remember to ask the question again. Thank you so much.
Thank
Point of
you.
inquiry?
1 second, Senator Blyden. Are you referring to TSG, Senator Viale?
Yes.
Did you extend the TSG contract without board approval? I think that's what the senator is asking.
No, Senator, we did extend their contract, but within the contract, which already received board approval, it indicates that we can extend for another term.
How much?
A point of inquiry.
Senator Blyden, hold 1 second. I want to just finish this conversation. Senator Viale, point of inquiry.
How did you all of a sudden just remember so quickly? Yes, you did. And I'm asking the question and you can't recollect. So how did you just all of a sudden just remember?
I didn't all of a sudden just remember, but when the senator gave the name, it jogged my memory. By jogging my memory, I was able to respond because I was also asking or being told about Tetra Tech, which we also extended their contract as well.
What is the amount of the contract extension?
For Tetra Tech?
TSG.
It's about $1 million
For what?
for the services they provide, advertising, marketing, etc.
You know, that's why we're an issue. And that's why the Office of Inspector General is conducting an audit, because we are having all of these administrative costs and the people ain't getting it. Wait, what are you advertising? You're advertising and the Envision program in shambles, and you have hundreds of individuals that are calling to get information. You're extending a contract for $1 million and people can't get the roof fixed. And then you acting like you can't remember.
No, Senator.
And from my knowledge, it's my time. From the information I'm getting, it was not approved by the board. And at some point when the board, Senator Blyden has a meeting, I'm going to ask him to bring the board and swear them in, and let's find out whether or not they approve that particular expenditure. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. At one point, and this isn't politically motivated. This is humanity at this, right?
Of course.
When you go up to Rappoon Hill on the left-hand side, there was a big ERAP sign, advertisement. The ERAP sign changed to a campaign poster. It's so optics make it look a little crazy that
I don't know about it changing to a campaign poster, Senator.
Hold on. So it was a big ERAP sign about emergency rental assistance and all this stuff. You couldn't miss the ERAP sign on the bottom of Rappoon Hill. As you're turning the corner, looking at you like a nice blue sign. And then it changes. So, you know, things, we're in election season, but this isn't even politics. This is just people need homes. People need homes to live in. People just need a place to live and live decently. I mean, Declaration of Independence, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Senator Blyden?
Senator, if I may also, the Office of Inspector General, their audit, just to be clear, is on the entire CDBG DR program, to include the match program as well. So it is for the entire program and not any one specific thing.
Okay. Senator Blyden?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is through the chair to Ms. Henley in respect to the 36 drawings for the 36 homes. Is it a policy that every home need a drawing? Because I know every home does not need a drawing. So are you doing a drawing for every single home? Can you clarify for me, please, for the record?
For the record, no, Senator. The homes that do not require drawings, those homes have gone into construction. For the homes that do require drawings, those are based on the inspections. If there are any structural issues associated with the roofs, or if there are any structural cracks or anything, we would then utilize a structural engineer to determine structural integrity for the home.
Thank you for that. And my last point of inquiry, Madam Chair, is through the chair, I'm requesting anything that was submitted to her for the reports, because I know they had 2 reports, and anything that basically came back from her in respect to the report, I'm requesting to see those documents through the chair, please. Thank you so much. For the point.
Thank you. Director Clendenin, how many of your vacancies are crucial to HUD and DR? Because I know you file a capacity matrix with HUD, right?
Yes.
So how many of those vacancies are critical to HUD? Or crucial to the HUD and DR programs?
All vacancies we have are crucial to the program.
So do you face the potential of having any sanctions if those positions are not filled?
Not to our knowledge, no.
And can any of those positions be subcontracted to resolve the hiring problems that you have right now?
Which is why we've done a lot of contracting as well. Take, for example, the grant engineering, the staff augmentation, the capacity, we just could not hire. So we would contract that out. So where we can contract and not fill positions, we will.
So HUD's last monitoring visit was when? September?
September, August. August.
Oh, August. Okay, and what were those results?
We don't have
that
the
visit?
results as yet. We anticipate them later on in the month, early November.
So you haven't received anything on the findings, conclusions, nothing?
No.
Okay. Did you have a previous report from, instead of it being in September, you're audited or you're inspected what, March and August?
Right. If I can, my Director of Policy and Regulatory Services, Miss Alana Lavanier, if I could be allowed to have her enter into the well.
Oh, that's why she back the mountain. Come talk to me, Miss Lavanier. Come. Just state your name and title for the stenographer, and then you could proceed to respond.
Alana Lavinier.
Hold a second. Good. Go ahead.
Alana Lavinier.
Hold 1 second. The mic. Try again.
Alana Lavinier, Director of Policy, Procedure, and Regulatory Service.
Okay, so you answered that it was August, no findings as yet.
Yes.
We had the March inspection, right? Already? Before?
Yes.
Were you there then?
I was not there then.
Okay. But are you able to tell us what those findings were in March?
Those findings in March, related to some of our policies, and working through those policies, as well as some of our processes, our contract review processes, as well as some of our processes, some of our environmental policies and processes. They were in regards to those things, for which we have rectified, worked through those policies and processes, and resubmitted to HUD.
Are you able to submit the outcome, the findings from March to this committee?
Yes. Yes.
So we will send a request for that information. And of those findings, how many have been resolved?
We have submitted for all except for 2, and we are, except for 5, and we are waiting on the results of those to see if they have been resolved, if HUD has accepted those.
Okay. And that response from HUD will come with the...
Later on this month, yes.
Okay. Senator...
Point of inquiry, please.
Point of inquiry, Senator Blyden.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. How many findings were there now? I know you said you have 5 left. How many findings were there now? Total.
In March, there were, I want to say, 8 findings.
8, and you have still up. So you took your 3 and you have 5 open still.
Yes, in regards to this, in regards to the March findings, yes, we have 3 open.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. And you had September 2021 inspection as well, right?
Yes.
How many findings were in September 2021?
So for September 2021, there were a total of 15. So there were 8 findings in September 2021.
That's the same 8 findings. So September 21 had 8 findings. Is that the same findings that they had in March?
Or 21?
Yeah.
No, those are separate findings.
So were we able to resolve the 8 findings of September 2021?
We were able to resolve 4 of those findings from September 2021, and we submitted now to resolve some of those additional findings for which we're waiting on their response.
I'm a little lost, right? I'm confused. I'm not easily confused. So we resolved, of that 8, we resolved 4. So did 4 findings roll over to March of 2022 plus another additional 4? Because you had 8 in September 2021, and you said you had 8 in March 2022, right? That's what my notes say.
Yes, okay, so I just confused it. In March of 2021, we had 7 findings.
7.
September of 2021, we had 8 findings. In March of 2022, we did not have a monitoring. We did not have anything for March of 2022.
You had no findings from March of 2022?
We had no monitoring in March of 2022.
Okay.
Okay, so the findings are from March 2021, September 2021, and they came in, they've made a visit in August of 2022.
And so that total is what, 7?
We had
Or 8?
seven and 8. We had a total of 15 findings.
Okay, good. Now we're making sense.
Yes.
So of the 15 findings, how many have been resolved?
So those 15 findings, we have had, we've had 4 resolved totaled. However, we have submitted an additional 6 to get resolved that we're waiting on their responses.
And if you could briefly tell us just give a brief synopsis of what those findings were.
So the findings were related to policies and some of our processes early in the program, for which we have now worked through those policies and processes. That includes the contract review process, some of our environmental processes for which we're still working through. Some of them had to do with the floodplains. Additional findings had to do with our procurement processes, our cost reasonableness, and how we went ahead and calculated those and educating staff on those pieces.
And do we anticipate? You want to say something, Director?
No, go ahead.
You see something? Okay. Do we anticipate any sanctions?
No. At this time, not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Senator Joseph?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just want to quickly follow up with a line of questioning, and a pleasant good day to everyone again. How many areas or indicators are considered for findings? In some instances, the department or the agency, they would look at 13 areas and they would go through those 13 areas relative to your policies and procedures, and if certain policies and procedures aren't documented. So what is the overall areas your cognizant agency, this case would be HUD, would look at? What are those numbers? How many is the overall total of areas that they look at?
They look at an overall total of 4 areas. They look at procurement, overall management, finances, and special.
So how many areas within each of those 4 areas will find? Is it each one has a finding, or is it a sub, like in finance, you have various sub areas? Is that how they conducted it?
So they looked at each area and then looked at specific areas within each
Speak
area.
into the mic. I could barely hear what you're saying, please.
So they looked at each area.
Hold on, Senator's time. You look like you just speak like me, and media knows to turn my volume up so that I can be heard. So can you amp up the Senator's mic, the testifier's mic, so she could be amplified? Because we're really struggling to hear you for real.
Okay.
Try again.
Okay. Is this better?
Much better. Thank you so much.
Okay, so when they come in and they do the monitoring, they look at those particular areas. Within those areas, they have monitoring checklists to make sure that we are our policies and we are working.
Okay, and so they normally give you a list of areas. Sometimes it comes in a binder or book. You should have it. HUD usually supplies it and tell you that these areas are what they're looking for. And it usually comes with a whole total number of areas. Yes. So in that aspect, you're only saying it's 4 total areas you could get finding for each, but you aren't going to get finding under each sub area too?
Yes.
Okay, so all of them, including the sub areas, what is your recollection of the total findings that you can receive?
Under each area?
The aggregate. Total aggregate.
I would have to say the total aggregate would have been 15 findings, but I can provide you the better answer after that.
that's fine. Because when you said 4, I was like thrown off because
Yeah.
I know it's usually a bigger number, and they usually have a monitoring. Certain agencies have monitoring books that it gave you to guide you through that, so you could prepare yourself to don't receive any findings. And it's the same way with HUD,
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Now let me just go quickly here to some of my questions. One of our previous senators asked about this item, but I didn't catch it on my notes. Relative to the amount of administrative costs spent for HUD CDBG DR and HUD CDBG MIT. That was asked by a previous senator, and I didn't get the amount.
Sure. No funds have been expended for CDBG MIT as we have not received those funds. Of the funds received for disaster recovery for the administration financial management system, we've expended $25 million.
25 mil. Okay. And that represent what percentage of the overall monies that we received for HUD CDBG DR?
I think we received about, I'll get you the percentage.
Okay. All right. Now, let me go through some of the other questions that I do have. Let's talk about this one area because I wanted to, and it's under the Envision program, really. I know that's a bane in your side and really a bane in the whole territory side because it's not happening at the rate, and it seems to be mismanaged and it's not being implemented well. And we have people who are in very dire need of these services, and we have all of this money here, and we need to spend it. So now I wanted to ask you about the RRR program, which you spoke about in your testimony. I'm reading from page 6. You mentioned for an RRR stands for, triple R stands for the Rental Rehabilitation Reconstruction Program. How much of this money, you said, let me see in your testimony, you said about $50 million have been allocated for this program. How much of that have you spent? Madam Chair, you could hold my time while they wait, please.
No, you don't have. Senator, if we could just have a minute, we could get you that number.
Okay, and so it would also follow suit. I would like to know how much of the money you've spent for the HRR program. HRR, that acronym is for the Homeowner Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Program. Need to know how much have been expended, and when were these award? Also, I need to know when these money was awarded, when they were awarded. That would be very insightful. I will now go to some of my other questions. I want to focus some of the questions regarding this Citizen Advisory Committee. I just have a really major pet peeve about committees and being formed and then they don't do no work, okay? And they're just being formed as a Band-Aid because we're having some issues. So when was this committee formed? Is it, I see it's supposed to be, you're looking for members of this, for this committee? When did you look at forming this committee? It doesn't say it here in your testimony. Interim director, executive director.
Sure, Ms. Lavenier will respond.
So we began the formation of the committee in the ending of July, August, and we are currently still in the process of rollout for that committee.
Okay. And when is your target date to actually roll it out?
Our target date to actually roll it out will be by 1 November, which is why we have currently started sending out information to get individuals interested in joining the committee.
The end of November?
1 November, beginning of November.
Okay. I then have some questions regarding this Project Resurge. How would this be implemented, and what
2
are your
minutes.
benchmarks to identify that this is actually working? This project research, when you're looking and working with your internal people to identify challenges, strengths, areas for improvement and streamlining the process and activities. So who is monitoring that? How is that going to be implemented? I see it was launched recently. I'm sure you have some documentation on how the whole project is going to be. So
Yes.
who's the point person in monitoring this?
I am the point person in monitoring that. We do have
Madam Chair,
documentation.
one moment, my good friend here. Just say your name before you speak, so we are clear, because I forget easily.
Okay.
Some things.
Alana Lavinier.
Alana. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Lavinier.
So I am the point person for project research, and with project research, I am actively monitoring it.
1 minute.
We are going through and speaking with all departments through a discovery process, and then we're looking at policies, processes, and daily activities, and identifying where we can pretty much, what we need to realign. How do we realign and re-educate our staff, identify where the bottlenecks are, how do we remove those bottlenecks, and how do we work more efficiently, and then create goals, objectives, and measures so that we can measure and make sure that we're actually being efficient and working towards
Well,
those
I'm going to
things.
tell you that's going to be a hard call, because you have a high turnover rate at Housing Finance Authority. And now people are going to have to do this added capacity building, professional development, because that's what it really boils down to see where your strengths and weaknesses and challenges are. Do you have the information I had requested, interim director, executive director?
Yes. I do.
Time.
Madam Chair? Okay. Yes.
So for the admin, 25 million, that's about 46%. For the rental and
Wait, before you go, 46% have been spent in administrative costs.
right, but let me
And that's based on the money that you have actually obligated.
right, but early in the program, when the program first started, a lot of the time, your payroll time, different costs was allocated to admin when it could actually be allocated to the project itself. So right now, the financial team has embarked on the
A reallocation
to reallocate, right,
and a
so that we'll
realignment.
see back more
I
of the
understand
admin
that
dollar.
whole
Okay.
process. So it may be. So you're saying that this money, this amount, the 25 million, may be reduced because
will
some of
be
the-
reduced.
because some of that cost should have actually been
Right.
allocated to the programmatic
Right.
product. Okay,
And it
understood.
wasn't.
When do you anticipate your financial team would complete the reclassification? That's a term they usually use in accounting, to reclassify some of those funds.
So they are doing that. They have a timeline of the next 6 months to get it all completed. So we're going through that now with the payroll, reallocating that. So we have a 6 months timeline. So that number will considerably come down.
Okay, was that something that the HUD financial team spoke to you about informally?
No, when we looked at just the admin cost, and as we, of course, attend different trainings, etc., you become more educated. So not sure what happened in the beginning of the grant, but it was incorrectly allocated. And we need our admin dollars. So that's why we're going
Have
through
you
this
had
process
discussions with HUD relative to the reclassification or reallocation of these funds from admin to project costs? And have you provided them with a list of costs that you intend to reallocate to project from administrative costs?
So yes, we've had the
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yes, we've had the conversation with HUD because of the concern in admin dollars as well as to how we're reallocating that.
Okay, and you've sent them the information so that they can approve that reallocation?
So we send it as we go. So as we reallocate, it's sent off to them. It's
So
approved.
have you sent any?
Yes, we have.
How much? have you sent to be reallocated
So-
or reclassified?
That amount I don't have before me, but I can certainly
Madam
send
Chair,
that
can she
down.
provide that information to you? Okay.
It's your exact request.
Specifically, how much of the 25 million have been 25 million in administrative costs for?
I do have it. My finance person just texted me 6 million already reallocated. 6 million.
6 million. Okay.
And if
6 million to administrative cost project costs.
Back to projects, yes.
Okay.
And then you asked about how much was spent in the rental rehabilitation
Yes.
and the.
Would you be so kind?
Yes. I'd like Mr. Miller to respond.
Here we go.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gregory Miller, Senior Manager of the Envision Tomorrow program. Currently, for the homeowner program, we expended 20.3 million, and for the rental program, 3.1 million.
No, repeat that for me. How much did you spend for the rental rehabilitation?
3.1 million.
Why such a low number? 3.1 million out of 50?
So currently, there's approximately 25 million allocated to the program. There's about 83 eligible homes.
Okay.
So
Madam
the
Chair,
expenditure
there's a
rate would not be as high
feedback.
as the
I'm sorry,
homeowner.
Madam Chair. I'm sorry, Mr. Miller. Somebody is speaking as well. And I can't hear what the testifier is reporting on the numbers because I'm jotting down my notes.
Can you repeat your numbers, Mr. Miller?
That's 3.1 million for the rental program and 20.3 million for the homeowner program.
Retrospect, yes. He tell me, bring me home.
Okay. Now, when do these money expire? Interim executive director. Madam Chair, I'm so sorry. That background noise.
Because you really went over your time. I think your colleagues are saying time. And I'm being very lenient to you
I
because
thought
it's
you
important.
said you gave me a signal and said these are very pertinent questions.
Yeah, I gave you like 2 minutes extra, but just wrap up. Go ahead. But you're wasting time
But
right now, so go ahead.
I just wanted to just get out. I don't want to abuse, but you gave me the option.
No
so
worries, we
you know
have a
I'm gonna
second
roll
round.
with it.
But go ahead,
Okay.
ask your question, please.
Okay, 20. Now, okay, now you make me lose my train of thought, man. Off my whole momentum. So you said 20 million point three. Madam Chair, I do have some more questions
There's a
to
second
ask.
round.
And I will be asking those questions. And I really thank you for your leniency, and I appreciate it deeply.
Thank you. I hope the favor is returned at some other point.
I gotta look forward to exchanging them notes.
Director Actalin?
Really with. Thank you.
Director Actalin? Somebody speaking. Director Actalin, you want to say something?
No,
Or
sorry.
you really engage in those guys? In the chambers, okay. Website. Who's in charge of your website?
It's run by our director of communications and the director of information technology. We recently sent out, I know, a bid, but we don't have the results of who's going to take them all over.
You realize the website isn't updated?
There's like 4 or 5 websites. So we sent, so what we're doing is trying to entertain or find one vendor to combine all the websites so we have one. So when we say it's not updated, are you talking about VIHFA? Are you talking about CDB GDR? Are you talking about ERAP?
So, do you have every single contract on your website for your DR program?
We're supposed to, but I don't believe everything has been uploaded as yet.
Do you face any consequences for not having that information available to the public?
We're supposed to. So as we update it, it goes up. If you mean if we're monitored and they find there's timelines, then it may be an area of concern.
Because before you got here, that was a problem with HUD. If the timeliness of contracts going on a website for transparency purposes, and this predates you, but I'm still seeing the same delay, and I know that's a that was an issue for HUD. I don't know if it's the same issue, so I want to know if was my policy friend, is that a finding, or is that something that has HUD voiced a concern to you? That was a concern prior to you getting there, and it hasn't changed.
It is a concern based upon transparency, for which we are working through to make sure that we get those uploaded onto the website.
What's the timeline?
The timeline for that will be by the end of this year.
December?
By November, December timeframe. We are working towards process and policy improvements.
Okay, and then I know in one of your findings, HUD took issue with your procurement process and how you were selecting contractors. They indicated a lottery type system. What's the fix to that finding, the procurement process?
So what we're doing within our procurement is really doing a lot of training with the staff, as well as looking to upgrade the way we currently do our system. It's a lot of manual work, and we are moving towards updating it to a more electronic way of doing it, as well as looking to secure some vendor expertise in just really making the procurement really solid.
Okay, and then I just need, while I wait for contracts to go on the website, I'm requesting all CDBG-DR contracts be submitted to this committee. An itemized listing. And I would like all documents from the Arman Group as well. Point of inquiry, Senator Joseph, and then Senator Johnson. You'll be recognized for 8 minutes. So point of inquiry, Senator Joseph, and then we get to Senator Johnson.
Just with your line of questioning regarding the contracts, I wanted to know how many houses have been contracted by the contract to be fixed for this R&R program at $3.1 million.
Mr. Miller?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
How many construction contracts were awarded for the $3.1 million, and how many houses would that equal for the RRR program?
Okay, so for the rental program, we have reconstructed 2 units thus far. We are working to put forward another 5 units in the program.
Hold a second. You said of that 3.1 million, only 2 units?
That's what was gained to you.
Correct.
Huh?
That's the same question.
Correct.
So tell me the breakdown of that $3.1 million that you only repaired 2 units.
You want the breakdown of 3.1?
Yes.
3.1.
I'll have to provide that information back to you.
2 units?
We'll send you the breakdown of it.
2 houses? That doesn't make no sense.
$3.1 million, that's an accurate number?
True. That's what he said here.
For 2, and that's 2 rental homes? Rental units?
So maybe is how much units
Yes.
is in the rental?
Then are there like more than 1 unit in the rental? Was most of that admin cost? Well, talk to me.
Yes, the majority of that money spent was in admin costs, program implementation, case management.
That's not good. That's not good.
And how much was spent on actually fixing the home?
I would have to research those numbers for you.
How long have you been in that position?
Just about 2 months now.
And you need to have that information up front.
Yes.
$3.1 million for 2 units.
Again, he did indicate that other costs are wrapped into that. So we will get you the number of the cost for the 2 units.
You understand the frustration a little bit. So much is going into admin, and people are just seeing, you have $8 million for Arman, $4 million spent on building a home. They get away with $4 million. $3.1 million, fixed 2 units. The majority is admin cost. Like, you're not seeing the tangibles that you could touch and feel and, you know?
Senator, if I may.
Talk to me, please.
And recognizing some of the difficulties associated with that, that's one of the reasons why we changed the process associated with the issuance of our contracts. As I stated to Senator VLA, the Almond Corp consignment material for the grant engineering services contract, it's deliverables. Thereby, the contractor has to provide a product in order for them to be paid, i.e. a drawing, i.e. a scope of work, any of those items before they can be paid. We did receive deliverables as associated with Almond Corp, but not the volume that we had anticipated. We did receive damage
But
assessments.
you understand the optics that are, is that
I
we
do
throwing
understand
away-
the optics, Senator, and hence we've learned from that and we have made process improvements.
Point of inquiry.
I'm a little stressed about this. That's like just throwing away. We're just throwing away money. You know, we just everybody gain their fair cut, but the people that really need the help, they're not getting a fair cut. And if I was a business person, I'll fly from wherever in the States to come get a contract here in the Virgin Islands too, and I'm gonna get paid having done no work.
Again, as Ms. Hanley stated,
Director Clinton, I really understand the process, you know, but people that
right,
have
but
been
I don't
with-
want to leave the impression that this good group of folks here that's
I am not giving you the impression because Ms. Hanley was quite eloquent in her response. I'm just telling you that the reality still remains that people have been paid and people can't, the layman just can't feel it. You can't feel the impact of any of these programs, but contractors and what's not have been paid. And we're not saying that, you know, that you guys aren't working hard and you're not showing up to work. I am sure, Ms. Hanley, you're probably stressed out. You have so much happening. The weight is on you. I completely get it. But at the end of the day, to whom much is given, much is expected.
Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, Senator Blyden, and then Senator Johnson, you may proceed with your 8 minutes.
And before you go also, I think Senator Whitaker is trying to get online. My point of inquiry is in respect to the same that line of questioning to Ms. Henley. I know there are also several contractors who have actually finished the homes of individuals who have moved in, but still they have not been paid. They have not been paid, so I will also send you that information. But we have issues moving forward. We really need to address those issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator, may I respond, please? Senator Blyden, the issue is that the paperwork associated with the submittals, they're oftentimes not correct. There is delays, I do agree. However, in order for us to be able to process payment timely, the paperwork has to be submitted correctly. And we do spend time with the contractors, working with them to ensure that the closeout documents associated are prepared adequately so that we can process.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate and understand what you're saying, but at the same time, this contractor have been doing it for some time, and I believe they stated that all the documents are correct. But I will send you that information and we'll have a further discussion offline. That's why I've been trying to reach out and meet. And that's what happens when we can't meet. We have to bring this stuff to the public. I don't do this. I love to meet behind closed doors. You guys know that. But I can't get a hold of who I need to get a hold of. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Director Clinton, what's your conversation with the Congresswoman in petitioning HUD on the home limits, to change our home limits? I think it's stifling you, the cost to repair HUD, the limits.
That's our third substantial amendment. So it's part of what we're changing now. So once
So
that
what do you
is
change? I know St. Croix was like 251, St. Thomas is 332. How much is St. John?
Oh, she's talking about the limits for...
You're talking about moderate?
Yeah.
What?
The HUD limit.
Ms. Hanley, answer me. Go ahead, talk.
No?
Because I don't understand.
No, you are referring to the HUD limits that are published annually?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Clendenin will work
Isn't
with,
that also giving you a problem, the HUD limits? No?
those are for the construction of new homes. And it
So hold on.
varies per district.
By the time you get to people's homes, they're going to be new. Because if your home getting weathered from 2017, at some point we're going to have to end up building new homes, right?
But what's happening, we're mixing two programs.
Okay, talk to me.
The new home construction program, those limits are subject to that. For the Envision program, the existing limit is 250. We've adjusted that to 350. But the request that you're making of Ms. Clendenin is for the area limits based on household income and the number of persons that live within the home. But those are for what? Those are for our new housing infrastructure construction programs. Those are new homes. So those limits apply to that particular program.
Is there a
but not
limit? Is there a limit for the Envision program?
Currently, it's $250,000 grant given to the homeowner and $50,000 given to the rental home property owner.
And
But
is that a hard limit as well?
no, those
That's
are
ours?
program limits, yes.
We create that program limit?
Yes, but we've just increased it through the substantial amendment for homeowner to 350 and for rentals 75,000 per unit.
Is that sufficient for you to get a roof repaired?
For the homeowner, yes. The concern is for the rental property, would they be able to get access to funding through the banks?
So the question would be, if a roof has to go on to a home that was damaged, and with the weathering of the home, the damage, water damage, everything else, won't the cost exceed 350? Because you have to fix the wall and other things.
What we're finding is the reason we increased it to 350, that was because of some of the damage that we have identified, and that was the cost that we thought we'll be able to cover the homeowner repairs.
And then have you issued a statement to retract those local policies that we had that was hampering the rehab of homes that were not federally sanctioned? For example, the inspection. I know in 2020, a lady, she's a senior citizen, her home was inspected. The contractors came and then she had to sign that form that says you can't do anything to your home. And then she had to do some emergency repairs that she did not do because she signed that waiver form in 2020. And in the last hearing, it was stated that that was not a federal requirement. It was actually a local requirement. Have we publicly retracted those requirements? Because people's homes need emergency repair because Envision in a stratosphere someplace waiting to be a reality.
We, via HFA, did not issue a public statement. However, Senator VLA did provide a public statement on behalf of via HFA.
No, Ms. Hanley, no. What was the decision from HFA? HFA can have people signing up.
We did advise that the homeowners do have the right to make repairs to their homes while they wait for reconstruction, permanent reconstruction or rehabilitation.
Did that go to a press release with your expensive media group?
Oh, dear Jesus.
So everybody could receive the information?
We can do that.
Please, thanks.
Of course.
Good.
Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, Blyden, and then Senator Johnson. I promise you I'm coming to you, and then Senator Whitaker. Senator
Thank you,
Blyden?
Thank you. Based on your line of questioning, Senator Saru, Ms. Henley, the amendment you spoke to in respect to the increase from $250,000 to $350,000 through HUD, have that been approved as yet? And if not, when do you intend in having that approved?
No, it has not been approved. As Ms. Clendenin stated, we just recently had the public hearings notifying the public of the adjustments to the action plan. I do anticipate that we should be able to get approval from HUD by the end of November.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. these are rough times. Very difficult time for homeowners and people who are living under these conditions with, I guess, not even knowing when they're going to get them fixed. And it's very sad. We sit here and I think all of us inside here have a roof on our head. But the people, our constituents, they don't. And we continue to hear every single problem about it, but we're not getting it fixed. I want to ask a question about the Duno project. I saw you said that it was 38% completed, and it's a year behind. What's the cause of that being a year behind?
Initially, there were environmental delays, and I believe there is a bit of a dispute between the housing authority, the developer, Penrose, and the contractor. So they are in. They are in.
And she on. Yeah.
Wow. Senator Whitaker.
Somebody's talking it. The mic is on.
They are in discussion to resolve any issues they have and determine a path forward. Housing authority.
So as we speak right now, that project is on hold?
Correct.
Hi, I want to ask this question here about your special needs program. How many applicants applied for assistance? That's funding availability for public service and public facilities, special needs housing program.
Is Ms. Ross? Yes, Ms. Zakenya Ross. I think it was in excess of 9 that applied for the program, but Ms. Ross could give you the.
Sorry, what was the question?
Tell us the number of folks, the number of applicants received for the notice of funding availability.
11 in total.
11.
Yeah, for the no fund, 9 were selected.
And can I ask what was the criteria used in selecting the 9 agencies which were selected?
Well, our national objectives, so they had to have a tie to the disaster, or a tie to the disaster and be a nonprofit organization serving the vulnerable population.
And who was a part of the selection of this process? Who all was a part of it?
My team, with the consultants.
I'm so sorry, Senator Johnson, to interrupt you, but could the person who is speaking, could you kindly turn on your visual, your camera, so the good senator can see who he's addressing?
Sure.
Yes.
Hello?
Wonderful.
Yeah,
Thank you.
right.
Now I know the good senator is very pleased. So, Senator Johnson, your time is still there. Please continue.
Continue, ma'am, please.
She indicated the HFA staff, along with the technical assistance from the consultant that's provided by HUD, went through the applications.
All right, approximately how much funding of that 7.4 million in public service and special needs funds will be issued to the 9 entities?
So, to be honest with you, they actually got a fair shake. It actually exceeded the 7.4 million. So I had to reallocate to make sure everyone got funding and exceed in excess of what we originally planned to pay out for the NOFA, which is the 7.4 million, approximately 7.5.
All right, thank you very much. Intern Director, the emergency housing rental, how many people do you have on your waiting list at this present moment?
For emergency rental, Ms. Nicole Johnson, do you have a response? If you could turn your camera on, state your name for the record, and respond to the senator's question.
Good afternoon, Senator. At this time, we don't have anyone on the waiting list, but we've received numerous inquiries. Information was given in regards to what the processes are. However, I haven't received to my office any applications for any emergency housing applicants.
You're saying to me that there's no one on the emergency housing rental unit on a waiting list at this present moment?
Not at this present moment. As I stated, I've received inquiries. However, I haven't received anything to my office.
I'll accept what you're saying to me, but the amount of people that I continue hearing trying to find homes and place to stay. And I think your agent will be one of the first that would be reaching out.
3 minutes.
It may be helpful,
So
Senator.
I'll make some contacts to the intern director and pass some information for some folks, because I've been finding people outside there that homeless, and not because they want to be homeless, because they can't find a home and find a place to live. Met a gentleman about 2 weeks ago. His bed is sitting there in the Frederickson Market area. His clothing, everything is sitting there. He continues saying he's been reaching out to any and everyone and been trying to get his name and list, and to avail no one. And he's not sleeping with me. He's sleeping because he wants to sleep there. He's sleeping because he can't get help. So I definitely going to reach out to Intern Director Clendenin for you to make some connection with me with that individual that was just speaking. I'm sorry I didn't get her name.
Yes, Senator. So if you can just provide the information for me, I would be happy to reach out to that individual to provide some assistance.
All right. Intern Director, can you share my cell phone with the individual, please? I didn't get your name. I'm very sorry. What's your name, ma'am?
Nicole Johnson, Manager of Rental Properties.
All right. You got my namesake, so I should be able to find you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
welcome, Senator.
Senator, you do have some more time left if you had any other pressing question you want to. 1 minute and 30 seconds, Senator Johnson.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Give it to me.
Thank you. Senator Genevieve Whitaker, you are recognized for your 8 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good morning. Good morning, team. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to the testifiers. I certainly had to jump in. I am in the middle of a conference dealing with school interventions on a national level, hoping to bring that back home. We have a lot of issues with our schools that we need to address critically, and that's where I'm at right now at a conference, as I indicated in my letter. Director Clendenin, Interim Director Clendenin, where are we with the emergency mortgage assistance program? As you know, I've consistently followed up with you with, of course, I do appreciate the level of communications. We also testified that at that last hearing that, in fact, we're moving forward with the application process. Where are we with the emergency mortgage assistance program? What is the status of that program, Ema?
So the Housing Assistance Fund, we did publish our RFP on the 31st. We did extend the deadline and to October 11th.
And have you made outreach to those respective individuals? In fact, I had indicated to your predecessor, there were individuals and homeowners who, in fact, needs to be notified. Are you guys in any kind of communications with individuals who have engaged your office in need of the mortgage assistance? Are you in communications with them?
Senator Valerie Shelford, CFO, we reached out to the banks who would also help to provide a listing of people that we can work with as soon as we go through the RFP and start accepting applications. So we have not accepted applications as yet. But we're doing this in conjunction with the bank.
So you guys have received phone calls, right, from individuals who need mortgage assistance, am I correct, in the last year? Am I correct?
Yes,
calls to the office, visits. So did you track any of those individuals, including myself, because I reached out to you all, of individuals who were requesting assistance? The application is not ready yet, but have you had any kind of listing to remain in contact with them? Those who directly reached out to you.
No.
Well, what
we
I would
have-
suggest
Okay, go ahead.
what I would suggest, as you, because the deadlines continue to change, work on putting together a system in place so that we can, in fact, for those who already engage and then they go through the application process. That's my suggestion. I want to move on to the citizen advisory group because one of the things that's so important is the involvement of the community in the process for implementation of the plan. I reached out 2 years ago. Last year, constantly asking. I saw some comment that in fact the citizen advisory group is now being activated. Can you speak on the record about the status of that and, can share with the public how they can become a part of the citizen advisory group?
Absolutely. And I will let Ms. Alana Alavanier, Director of Regulatory Services, go ahead and respond to that. But I do want to say that we are just launching this, so there's absolutely the opportunity for the public to still be a part of the process. And I encourage them to go to our website, complete an application, and send it in to CDBG information at vihfa.gov. But go ahead, Ms. Alana.
Regarding the implementation, as we are currently in the rollout process of the implementation process, we are looking for 2 individuals from each district, both St. Croix, St. Thomas, and 1 from St. John. Once we have all those individuals and they have submitted their applications, which they can get from our website, and they send it in and we go ahead and we select those for the committee, our goal is to have them as our voice and have where the public can also participate, come to the meetings and have their voices to be heard. We are still in the early stages as we are looking for individuals to serve on the committee.
Thank you. So I'm really glad that's moving forward because I kept on reaching out, asking, because public participation is so important. Director Clendenin, particularly under the program, because we have, as you look at CDBG-DR, you have the housing component, infrastructure, economic revitalization, public service, and special need housing. And I do encourage, please continue to encourage the public to, in fact, know about the components.
3 minutes.
Under the area of housing, how are you already in plans to work with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority's plan to rebuild a set of homes, particularly 3,000 homes in the Frederick said area? Can you hold my time, Chairman? Because somebody's talking at the same time as me. It's kind of hard to. Yes.
You could go ahead and proceed, Senator. Somebody had their mic unmuted.
Yes, it happens. Director Clendenin, specifically in the area of housing, because one of the areas we're trying to work on is increasing the housing stock, which is directly in the plan. How are you working with whether it be the Housing Authority and other entities to go about the establishment of new housing opportunities? How are you identifying it? And can you succinctly just say what plan do you and the board have to move forward with new development, new housing developments, single family homes?
So we have an extremely collaborative and good working relationship with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. A number of their projects to provide housing is under the CDBG-DR program, and we estimate upwards of some $95 million for mitigation as well to be considered for Housing Authority.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we'll circle back about that because I really want to be actualized because what they were saying, there were some bottlenecks with respect to getting the funding that they'll need to move forward that very aggressive, important plan. Under economic revitalization, we keep talking about this support for our small businesses. Our small businesses have gone through so much. There's some who got some benefits from recently through the innovation grant, but there are many that were left out.
1 minute.
How have you and the board been really working to actualize? Again, this is in the plan as you guys put it in the plan, even the revised plan, in providing true technical assistance to small businesses.
Sure. And Senator, thanks for the question. I will let Mr. Donnie Dorset, the program manager for the economic revitalization component under the program, to speak to some of the efforts as to what he's doing.
Good day, Donnie Dorset, Economic Revitalization Senior Program Manager. Senator Whitaker, we are developing a neighborhood revitalization. There are two components of it. Under it, there's a small business and entrepreneurship technical grant assistance that was mentioned in Ms. Clendenin's testimony. So what that basically encompasses is that we're going to assist businesses with respect to who have been impacted by the hurricanes. In addition to that, we also have a technical assistance entrepreneurship that will enable individuals to basically help themselves with their businesses and to give them guidance. We're just waiting on approval from the substantial amendment number 3. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to close out, because I know my time was called, Chairwoman.
You may proceed, Senator Whitaker, with wrap up.
Thank you. Yes, definitely. And just in closing, and the last point, and I want to thank to Dorset, what I really suggest that you do is, if you have not done it already, engage with SBDC. There are a number of small businesses that did not get the innovation grant. There are a number of small, and also the EDA, because they work critically as well with small businesses, or collaboratively for those to capture those information, those names, coordinate to reach out to them. So I'm going to actually coordinate with you all in that regard. I have been working with the EDA, engaging SBDC as well, so that we can truly provide the technical assistance to our small businesses. So thank you very much for the time. Thank you for your responses, testifiers.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitaker. Before we go into our second round and recognize Senator Blyden for his 5 minutes, I wanted to ask and follow up on another question I had regarding the Envision program, your home ownership rehabilitation reconstruction program. Mr. Miller, kindly indicate to us how many houses have been completed for the homeowner rehabilitation and reconstruction program. How many have been completed for the $20+ million that have been expended?
To date, the program has, good afternoon, Greg Miller, Senior Manager of Envision Tomorrow. To date, the program completed 14 homes.
14 homes for $20 million?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Senator, I would like to
Yes, okay.
Correct the statement, please. That is, yes, Ms. Hanley.
You're recognized.
That is 16 homes completed. Also, Senator, what needs to be looked at is the number of homes that are in active construction. The contractors do receive mobilization. That is counted in that cost to include the 39 homes that are already in active construction.
Okay, and what is the cost per square footage for construction in the Virgin Islands? Do any of you have that? You have a construction manager? You have assessed that? Because that will help us to understand these figures in more detail.
We do have a construction, we do have construction managers, as well as we have a director of planning and construction as well. I think last reported on St. Croix, homes were running in excess of maybe $300 per square foot, and St. Thomas and St. John, of course, higher. But I could get you the exact figures they
It would
are
be
using.
helpful for us to be able to really quantify the amounts that are being spent and qualify, because when I hear 2 units completed under the rental rehabilitation and reconstruction program, and we have expended $3.1 million, that is a bit of a lopsided amount. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, can I have a point of clarification, please, before I receive my time?
Certainly. Proceed.
Because I know you said 5 minutes, but did the second round on Senator Johnson did his second round and he received 8 minutes. So what the time limit for the second round, because he got 8 minutes.
Oh, thank you kindly for that clarification. You know, I came in at the end of the whole discussion,
Yes.
so I'm very thankful that you're there to help us clarify. So it's 8 minutes. I did ask, and we weren't too sure. So I'm so thankful that you were able to clarify. So it's 8 minutes. And so, Senator
you so
Johnson,
much.
you're welcome. And now you are recognized, my dear Senator, for your 8 minutes.
This is a very important topic, very important. And I also want to remind my colleague again, that is why we have a hearing on the 25th that's going to actually dive into the different programs and divisions with the core mission of the authority and what the issues are. And we're going to also have non-for-profit organizations present. We're going to have the board present. We're going to have everyone and everything that have to do with these programs in terms of moving forward and having an honest and frank discussion. But Ms. Henley, I also want to state for the record that the contractor did call back, and the Housing Finance Authority have already signed off on his documents, so there's no issues there. The issues are on you guys' side, and that's why we need to find out exactly what the issues are and move forward. I mean, we are not perfect, none of us, but it's about solving the problem and moving forward together as one. Okay, so I just wanted to put it on the record. And in my discussions with the interim ED, and with contractors, my team and I have brought to the agency's attention the numerous instances where people's cases were being closed without proper cause. After 1 or 2 attempts was made to contact them by email by the new contract. And I explained that in many cases, particularly, can someone turn on the mic, please? Particularly our elders, access to email was a challenge, and that we further found that in many cases, the Housing Finance Authority had incorrectly entered email addresses in the applicant's file. And thus, applicants were, through no fault of their own, not receiving the emails. And the Housing Finance Authority promised at that time to change its outreach efforts and to reopen a numerous amount of those cases. And additionally, I personally provided the Housing Finance Authority with the names and contact address of a number of seniors who had been improperly dropped from the program. So my question is to, can someone turn on the mic, please? Madam Chair, someone's mic is open. On the other side, I believe it's Miss. Someone's mic is open. I believe your mic, Miss Senator Joseph.
As Senator, everybody's mic here is muted. That I can
It's showing
see.
that. Okay, fine. Let me turn to you. So what is this interim ED? What is the status of the progress in terms of reaching back out to those seniors who are affected and they have cases that were being reopened? What's the status?
Senator, if you could clarify for me, which program are we speaking of?
The Emergency Rental Assistance Program, the conversation that we had, myself and you had in respect to with a new contract that came on board, Plexus, and the challenges that we found that was occurring. And we had a discussion, and especially with the seniors. When they first came on board, we had a nice discussion. And you were supposed to get back with us in terms of what's going on with that space, in that space.
So Plexus has been
in reopening the cases, in reopening those individual cases, those elders who are dropped from the program through no fault of their own. And you guys were supposed to get back with us in that respect.
Plexus has been a really good partner with us. A lot of the cases where individuals withdrew or were denied for any reason, those cases, they did go back and review where we were able to get some folks paid. So if somebody did not receive payment and they were reviewed, it's probably that there was an issue or concern with their particular application or the information provided or not provided, because we've still had cases where individuals, Plexus's team did reach out. If there is some...
MJ Director, no. Let me be clear. It was many seniors who were on the program was dropped from the program because Plexus said they could not get a hold of them for whatever reason. And after we spoke in terms of many of those seniors not having access, in terms of email, etc. And I sent a list of the names of those individuals to you guys, and they were supposed to review and go over those and let us know exactly. They gave them an opportunity to get back on a list and work with them. I'm trying to find out what happened to those elders in those cases, because it was a certain amount of elders that were dropped from the program through no fault of their own. And that's my question and my concern. I'm just following up on those individuals.
And again, Senator, I would have to go and look for the list that you submitted. I don't recall that list. I don't know if Michelle, if a member of the team, I'm happy to go back to that list and we could look. However, we did go back through who was denied, or we had an application and something happened, and was able to pay out some of those persons, as well as for those that didn't qualify, we couldn't.
Yes, and if you could send me the list also, because I don't recall a list, because most of the times we have, when you do send things to us, we do look and try to.
We will resend it right after I am finished with my line of questioning. I'll resend it immediately, okay?
Thank you.
In addition, again, I'm reminding you guys, in respect to the chair, the monitoring reports and respond from HUD. And finally, I would like to also basically say for the record, in respect to the many different programs that you guys have and the many federal funding that you have, and capacity of your staff and the training, etc. Because I know you have lost several staff members that deals with many of these federal funds, etc., and the different programs. What are you doing to actually fill that void when it comes to your staffing, in assuring that moving forward, we're on point in respect to responsiveness, in respect to our communication? Because as I stated, communication seems to be a real big problem at the authority. And in you onboarding new individuals also, as I stated, I have stated before many times, I am asking that those individuals possess some type of empathy and have compassion, because this is a very special area when it comes to dealing with our residents, housing them, and the HFA plays a major role when it comes to that, and I expect to see more of that moving forward. Can you talk to the staffing in terms of training and what's going on in terms of filling the void with some of your vacancies that you said they're all critical? I do agree with that. So what's going on in that space? Can you speak to that to me, please?
Absolutely, thank you. And again, as stating in the testimony, we recognize part of retention is to really have a good onboarding experience. And we're creating that on the onset, where individuals really understand a lot of the federal rules and regulations, the Federal Register notices, how the program operates, understanding the policy. So they have that foundation coming in. So there's a lot of opportunity there in orientation, as well as sending staff to training, taking advantage of every possible webinar series there is for disaster recovery. We do attend a lot of those, as well as sending staff to training as well. What we are doing more strategically is not just hiring bodies to have a body in the space, but rather hire for purpose intentionally. For example, the hire of Miss Lavenier here next to me, who has a great background with HUD and policy and regulatory services. So she was hired particularly to help streamline our policies, the procedures that we're doing, the compliance requirements, etc. So we're being strategic in our hiring. Each manager is assessing, reassessing their areas constantly to ensure that we get what we need.
And in closing, Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to wrap up by stating that in respect to Plexus and folks not being able to get through and having to call back, receive a call back the next day, etc., that need to be corrected immediately. That should not be happening. And a high call volume shows the need. You understand? The desperation that's needed at this time. So that should not be happening. That needs to be corrected immediately. And I look forward to having a further discussion in respect to the mitigation funds at your earliest convenience. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you guys for your responses. And I wish you guys the best moving forward. And please communicate, it's critical. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I missed a brief portion of your questions. We were talking about mitigation funds.
Yeah, I was telling her I look forward to having the follow-up meeting in respect to the mitigation funds, and I look forward to them having better communication and Plexus not having to call back the next day, or people call back several days later because their call volume is so high, and it shows a desperation and a need for them to have someone available at all times in order for us to move forward. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So the mitigation programs, I know at one point HUD was not allowing MIT to commence or release any funds unless the outstanding issues were addressed. Is that the same? Are we in that same position today?
I'm sorry, Senator, repeat.
The mitigation programs, at some point HUD, they weren't, it's here in my notes. Previously, HUD was not allowing any programs on the MIT to commence or release any funds unless outstanding issues were addressed.
No.
That's changed?
No. I'm going to...
Okay, so the answer is no.
Correct.
Okay. And then Plexus. Back to Plexus. I know I'm crazy, I know. All local outreach for ERAP was stopped by the VIHFA board on 10/3. We laid off all of our employees yesterday. Is that true?
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
All local outreach for ERAP was stopped by VIHFA's board on 10/3. We laid off all of our employees yesterday.
VIHFA board did not stop Plexus to the point of lay off their staff. What VIHFA board has asked is that we have a discussion with Plexus. And we're in that discussion with Plexus. As stated, we have a contract from now until May of 2023.
So does Plexus get the memo that their local outreach was not stopped?
Plexus has the memo that we need to talk about what our requirements are and what they are bringing to the table.
And what's the timeline on that?
We have a meeting scheduled actually this Friday at 4.
With Plexus?
Correct.
Okay. Senator Francis?
Point of inquiry.
Go ahead, Senator Blayne. Point of inquiry, and Senator Francis.
Please, a line of questioning. Interim ED Clendenin, in respect to Plexus, I'm a little confused because based on what you just stated on the record, shouldn't that have been done during the vetting process with them to make sure everything aligned moving forward in respect to the program, what's expected of them and from them?
Absolutely.
I'm a little confused.
Absolutely. But throughout the course of the contract, it's required that we go back and have a conversation.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Interim Executive Director, I know you spoke today at length about onboarding of employees. Can you speak to how many individuals have resigned, been discharged, or terminated from HFA of recent?
Within the termination, none. In terms of resignations, we've had in excess of 4 within the last 3 months.
Okay. And have you replaced the CEO position yet? I know that Darren Richardson is one of the individuals that resigned recently. Have you filled that position?
We have not, and thank you for bringing that up. If the public could go to our website via hfa.gov. The career section, there is the job listing there, as well as others. And if you qualified, we'd love for you to apply.
Very well. We'll send you a bill for that advertisement because I know you spend a lot of money in advertisement, right? So let's have a discussion again, going back to Envision, your Envision program. How are you prioritizing those individuals for the rebuild? Is there any mechanism, any data that help you to drive your decision whether or not to prioritize those individuals that need that rebuilt?
Yes, Senator. Ms. Hanley will go ahead and respond.
One of the things that we utilize to determine who moves through the process are the individuals who have received grant signing. That means the individuals have either their architectural and engineering drawings prepared and have completed environmental.
Okay. And are you looking at in terms of individuals that may be residing outside the home, their age, and are those any of the factors that determine whether or not an individual will receive some priority?
With the edits to the program policy, Mr. Miller is looking at some of those considerations for the other applicants, what we would call special needs applicants.
Okay. And is there any consideration whatsoever in respect to giving a grant award, giving these individuals and having them select work with their contractor with some reporting back to HFA to make sure that there's completion? Is there any discussion about doing that as a means of expediting the process?
We have had that discussion internally. There was no formal decision made as to whether or not it would be permissible. I do believe, though, that I'm thinking I'm probably going to get licks for this too. Some of the issues and concerns that the program is facing internally, the residents will have those issues as well. I've received calls from individuals who are looking for recommendation for contractors, looking for recommendation for engineers. We do have a capacity issue within the Virgin Islands as it relates to contractors and engineers. So the residents will too have some of those issues that the program is facing right now as well.
And the issue of the contractors not being paid in a timely fashion, and I heard your rationale in respect to that they're not completing the paperwork in a timely fashion or with completeness. But I see that there's an opportunity for us to be able to support our contractors in that space, whether it is by project directors or by some other the Ernest & Young or those type of assistance, but the issue of them not being paid in a timely fashion is one of real concern. I've been approached by several contractors in respect to that. So in order for us to be able to get them and keep them in the loop, I think it's critical for us to be a little bit innovative and creative about how best we could assist them in being able to fill out those documents and keep track. Because the reality is FEMA and HUD change those guidelines periodically. You experience it at your level, ODR experience it at their level. So what do you think will happen to our contractors? Isn't that real?
Yes, it is real, Senator. One of the things that we're looking at, Mr. Miller has been instrumental in providing assistance to some of the contractors who have experienced significant delays due to improper completed paperwork. Mr. Pell, who's just been hired with HFA, he's going to be working with our construction management contractor who is responsible for providing the assistance to our contractors to aid them and help them in filling out this paperwork to ensure that they are accurate and they can be processed timely. So there are improvements in place to ensure that this occurs, Senator.
I'm happy to see Mr. Pell on board. He's certainly a man of this community, and I have great expectation from him. And
2 minutes.
I don't know if he changes, but certainly I'll be utilizing it to help to make sure that I get some of my questions answered. Let me just lend my voice to the concern that have been raised regarding our blue tarps, our soft roof throughout our community. I think it'll be rather important for us to revisit that issue. It is a concern of mine as well. I believe that the tarps that have been put on people's home over the last several years has really been weather beaten by this time. And, in this time of strong rain, I know that I hear HFA don't have the responsibility of this, but I think as a government, I think collectively, HFA, VITEMA, ODR should, and as well as the Office of the Governor, and even this body if need be, we should give some consideration to those individuals that are really impacted by heavy rains and the fact that the tarp no longer go out
1 minute.
that vein. So I voice to that concern. Executive Director, I've sent you the information regarding the young lady that's in crisis with the ERAP program via your cell phone. You could pass that on to the proper channel, but that is a real situation. And again, she's in distress, and whatever we could do to support and assist her with that, I would appreciate it. I sent you her name as well as her cell phone number. And where do we go from here? I think that we have had a meeting, and I know that we'll be wrapping this up shortly, but where do we go from here in reassuring this community, those that need our services? What can they expect as we leave this place today from HFA? What is it that we could expect leaving out of here today?
Senator, I just beg the indulgence of
Time.
Interim Executive Director Clendenin as it relates to the Envision program. The team that you have before you, we are committed to helping the residents of this territory to make them whole. We admit that we are slow in trying to get the repairs done. However, with the onboarding of Mr. Pell, the onboarding of Mr. Thomas, and with the energy of Mr. Miller, there are processes that we have put in place with our contractor grant engineering services. We will be able to now provide to the residents a timeline by which they can anticipate their homes being repaired. With the projects that we provide them, they provide us a schedule by which we will be able to get the architectural drawings. That would assist us in anticipating procurement and providing the residents responses and answers to their questions of what is and when. And that is a question that most of our residents ask us right now. And before, we were not able to provide that response. But I am assuring the residents that we will be able to provide that response in the future.
Thank you very much for that. Madam Chair, if I could just ask that they respond to this final question on your time, please. In regards to the visit by Marcia Fudge, have we been able to reconcile the concerns that have been raised by the HUD Secretary and working towards meeting whatever timeline was provided to us or we had committed to doing?
So we are reconciling some of her concerns. We do have a document that I do promise to send off to her. But we have addressed some of the things she talked about while here, such as reaching out more to the nonprofits, which is why we offered the notice of available funding, gave an additional $2 million to that program where we got 9 respondents, applicants that we are happy to fund. So yes, Senator, we currently are.
Thank you. Does that satisfy your response, your inquiry, Senator Francis?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I guess we'll drill down, subsequent, but I think it's important that we're able to reconcile those indifferences because we certainly need her and outside in this space. So thank you for the opportunity.
Before we get there, Director Clendenin, roughly you've had 31 separations based on the documents from the budget hearing to now. So how are you?
Not within the 3 months. Is that what?
Within the last 3 months, you had roughly how many separations? 8?
I said in excess of 5, I think I said.
It's 8. So you had 8 separations, and over the time you have had 31. So I don't know how effective we have. I keep forgetting your name. I'm going to say the policy director. Tell me your name again one more time, please.
Alana Lavinier.
So we have Ms. Lavinier here on policy, and Mr. Pell, but people leaving you faster than you could bring them on board.
Well, again, in the disaster recovery world, and they will tell you, as we have learned in training as well, disaster recovery work is difficult, it is challenging, and it is hard. And as such, turnover is high. It's not unique to the territory. It is all over. We were recently on a call with the Northern Mariana Islands last night as well, and they experienced same or similar challenges. Again, yes, we have to have bodies to do the work, but we need to be strategic in our hiring practices so that, yes, it slows turnover and we are able to retain employees. We've hired a great set of individuals as well, as Ms. Hanley indicated, not just Mr. Pell, but Ms. Constable, Mr. Miller, Mr. Dorset, who's been there a minute, though, Ms. Ross, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Odari Thomas, who will help us focus on the infrastructure projects as well. So it's about being strategic. Thank you, Senator.
You know, smiling. Plexus. I know you're on Plexus, you know, because emergency rental assistance is really a sore issue for myself and I'm sure my colleagues. 10 weeks ago, they asked you for a change order?
Yes.
Okay, and then the board asked for operations to stop with Plexus because you exceeded the amount?
The board has not asked that operation stop.
Because I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. Because
there's
when
no
I
bottom to get to, Senator.
No.
As I'm indicating before, we are in a conversation with Plexus. We have a meeting for Friday. There are some things that were brought through the course of the contract that we need addressed. So there's no bottom to get to. We've provided more than $5 million in direct assistance to clients.
I have been so lenient today with the condescending tone, the responses.
I apologize, Senator.
And I have been extremely lenient. Just now I let you talk over me. No antagonism. So earlier when I asked you about Plexus, you said the contract goes until May 2023. What was the difficulty in saying that we're going to meet with Plexus on Friday? Because there are some issues. Because Plexus employees are still citizens of this. Hold a minute. There are still people that live in this territory, locals that work for Plexus, that are worried about their job and their job security. And they will ask a question to the body insofar as their job status. And when I asked it at the beginning of the hearing, I don't know. There's nothing happening. Their contract extends until May 2023. This is how you answer me. And now as I probe a little more, you're telling me, well, we having contract issues and we do intend to meet with them on Friday. So I don't like pulling information from a testifier. I don't want to be adversarial with you. I want to have a conversation so we could bring to light what is happening, how we can fix it, and have a robust discussion. That is it. That's all I'm saying. So I don't want you to skirt around the answers anymore, because usually if I ask you a question, I have some idea of what the appropriate response is. And I just need some clarification on the matter. So I don't want to use my time to attempt to reprimand, but if I I'm speaking. Please don't speak over me.
Understood.
Point of inquiry, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My point of inquiry was relative to the previous, not you, the other speaker from St. Croix, question regarding the number of applicants that were awarded for NGOs. I know you have identified it in your testimony on page 13, but kindly indicate for us the number of applicants that were received for the notice of funding availability. How many applications did you receive?
Ms. Kenya Ross indicated earlier that 11 were received. Of the 11, 9 was awarded.
Okay, I may have missed that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Carrillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I must say that when I look at how many elderly people in our community have been suffering since 2017 with the hurricane and now the rise of inflation, I'm compelled to say something this morning about our retirement system. Government retiree requires cost of increase given the impact of inflation. And this must be done, and the members of our loan program fully reinstated before anyone in GRS should be considered for a raise. I am more than alarmed by the GRS board support of a massive salary increase for its administrator. This is frankly shocking and unacceptable. And I hope this is changed. Going back to the Health Finance Authority, interim director. With regards to the payment, I know you mentioned testimony to the program that you're actively working to streamline late payment and approval process to minimize that delay that you're having. Can you share with us what specific changes you're doing to avoid this from happening?
Certainly. Thank you, Senator. Some of the changes are, for example, our financial system or our grants management system, where when designed, it appears that a lot of the manual procedures was just dumped into an electronic process. So we're looking at how to make that more seamless with our contractors partners. We're looking at all the approval levels. Is 10 or 12 approvals really necessary to move this one document, depending on the amount of the document, the scope of work for the document? So just really finding creative ways to process quickly and within whatever parameters in terms of rules and guidelines we have to follow. So those are just two specific.
So by when you feel confident that you will be up to date or in a better position to make these payments on time?
So we are, and we've gotten better. We've been able to turn out large payments quickly as well. The time has reduced, but I do believe within that 6-month period, when it comes to payment processing, reallocating our admin dollars, etc., we will see a tremendous change.
I was going to ask you then, what is the goal that you're looking to target? What average time frame turnaround to be able to make those payments? And I know a lot is dependent on receiving the appropriate justification, documents, and so forth that fall align with your requirements. But what are your goals?
Our goals would be 2 weeks at minimum.
Okay. And what do you have currently outstanding to your vendors, especially the contractors?
I wouldn't say outstanding to our vendors. It's going through our payment process. I can provide a listing if you like, as just to where payments are in the process, but I wouldn't say outstanding, unless Ms. Shelford, CFO, wants to add anything to that.
No, because what we do, as long as we get all the documents and that goes through the grant management system that's needed based on the requirements for her also, then we would pay that contractor. Sometimes a document might be missing, or the invoices might have to be sent back. But as long as we get all the documents, we don't usually have a problem with making the payments. A lot of it is, between working through the program staff and the finance staff and the contractor to make sure everything is in place for HUD's requirement. Because if we send through the payment and it's not correct, we're going to have to pay we will have to pay the money back, and we don't want to do that. So we try to make sure. And it's basically like in terms of a reimbursable program, they do the work and we pay them.
Senator, just to piggy off of what Ms. Shelford was indicating as well, still I was told we do have at least 3 vendors in which that we do have outstanding payments for. However, it is largely due to lack of documentation.
Okay, what are those 3 vendors and what are the amounts?
We're happy to tell you the vendors offline, not necessarily in this public forum, if that's okay, and we could get you the amount.
Please do, through the chair. Does this affect then the continuation of the program?
No. No,
so
it does
these
not.
3 vendors are still actively working?
Yes, Senator.
Very well. Do you have a cost value of the lumber that is in your possession for both districts?
Don't believe we have a cost value, Shelford, because it was used for the STEP program. 14 million.
So what was turned over from the STEP program, and as far as I can recall, is $14 million, but I can double check and make sure that that's the correct amount. Because it's been a while that was turned over.
Please do and submit that. Just
2
through the
minutes.
chair. Also, with regards to your, excuse me, ERAP. Now, I understand that you have many landlords that have received the payments that have been owed. Now, there has been some questions around late fees. What is the process in regards to late fees? Who is responsible for the late fees? How is this being handled?
In some instances, we pay up to a certain amount of the late fees. We would pay the rent, and then the balance, the tenant would have to pay some of the late fees, not all of it.
So what determines in some instances and how much you're going to pay and who gets that payment? Because we received information from landlords that they haven't received that.
1 minute.
What the
What are the
landlord might
determining
not have
factors?
received is, say, for instance, there are like $300 in late fees, we would possibly pay half of that. It just depends on how much of the rent we're trying to pay and bring up to date the rent itself and not the late fees. Some of it the tenants would pay.
I'm hearing you, but I'm not getting like a clear response. So is there a cap in the rent that you're paying? And if that cap is not met, then you pay late fees. Help me understand.
So we pay up to 18 months of rent that's owed by the tenants. Our goal is to try to get the rent whole. Now, the late fees is separate from your rent. So we try to pay the rent up to 18 months. If we have any money that we can, give towards the late fee, we would do that. But our goal is to pay the rent.
Yeah, I understand that. So what you're saying that if it's up to 18 months of rent and they owe less than 18 months, you have some money available and then you pay the late fee for that.
Yes. And it's based on different situations, why we pay the late fee.
For example?
I will have to get back to you on that because it's, like I said, situation by situation. I know we don't pay out all the late fees for sure, but I'll get you what the possible instances are.
All right, my time has been called. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for holding this hearing. Clearly, there's a little bit of progress. There's much work to be done. I look forward to the day when our community members will be able to know for sure, especially those in the Vision program, that their homes will be completed. Thank you very much.
Inquiry.
You know, all-time record to the Senator Bleding. Point of inquiry.
It's important. It really is. Thank you, Madam Chair. In respect to the last Senator point of questioning, when it comes to the payments, whether it be late fee, whether it be 18 months, whether it be hotel, water, light, the main purpose of those funds is to avoid folks from being homeless and losing their apartments. So you're telling me if someone was behind their rent and or had to pay late fee in respect to that landlord or whomever, you decide whether you pay a certain amount of the late fee? I don't believe that's what the mandate was about. The mandate is about keeping people off the streets, period. It didn't specify that you pay one thing and not the next. It does not work like that. It does not work like that. And it should not work like that based on the mandates. So I look forward again to having further in-depth discussion on the 25th. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. And the ERAP, let's go to ERAP. I know some funds are already recaptured, the excess amount, but are you subject to more funds being recaptured if you don't issue a certain amount of payments?
Yes, in December, if 40, not issue payments, if 40% of the grant isn't obligated, there may be more recapture, but we do have a plan in place to obligate those funds.
You said December?
Yes.
Yes.
We in October?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
How much have you obligated so far of that? How much of the 40%? What percent of the 40%?
Well, it would be like 5 million that we would obligate now that we're working on the agreements, and then.
So tell me of this, give me percentages of 40%. How much have you obligated as of October 5th? 10%? 15%?
That we did like. I did the calculations. I just don't have it on me, but we know by December, based on the plan we have in place, based on the amounts we have paid out of ERAP 2, which this will be ERAP 2, we would have obligated at least 45%.
25?
45.
45?
Yes.
So you will make the 40% by December?
Yes.
Because if these funds aren't spent, the only people that suffer is the people of this territory.
Excuse me?
If these funds...
Of course, we don't want any more funds to go back.
Because you're already suffering. Okay? And funds already went back, right?
Yes.
How much?
16 million.
Because we
back
didn't,
in June.
because we didn't spend it, obligated? What was the reason?
It was based on Treasury. They reallocated the funds to other states and territories that could use it. We're known as a small state.
Could we have used that money?
No.
Okay. Senator Blaine, you're itching. What do you want to say? Point of inquiry? Point of inquiry, and then we're going to Senator Valley? No.
Thank you.
Senator Joseph,
Thank
you're
you,
next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hence it is critical that we utilize the funds for what they were intended for, give the people the money, whether it be for late fee, whatever. Give it to them. The money's for them. Spend the money. We don't want to send back any money. Spend the money. That's what it's for. You know, I know in the past we have resistance in putting people in hotels. We have resistance in paying water bill. I mean, we need to spend the money. That's what it's for. Period. I recommend we do whatever is possible based on the case to utilize those funds by any means necessary once it's authorized through the funding. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Yeah, we gotta spend this money. People need help. We can't be holding the money like with the guardians. And then, I mean, you're the guardians, but jeez. Senator Joseph. Oh, sorry, pause. Senator Francis had a point of inquiry. Senator Francis, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just really quickly wanted to ask the ODR Director, Adrian Williams, Dr. Lane, whether or not, I know that we had issued or allowed for a line of credit to be issued, an instrument. I want to ask whether or not if there ever been a reason for us to activate that line of credit and for what?
Senator, thank you for the question. We did not have an immediate need to utilize that line of credit because we petitioned FEMA to be able to pay invoices, pay on invoice rather than to have to pay in advance. FEMA granted that, so that really was a real paradigm shift in the way that we manage the recovery. There may be opportunities for that in the future only because we're projecting the match for the FEMA funding, the 90-10 cost share. The amount that has been identified in CDBG funds is insufficient based on the trajectory that we're on right now with obligations that we're receiving from FEMA. We anticipated $5 billion of the $8 billion to FEMA funds, and we now see that there's an opportunity with all of these replacement decisions to move up to $8 billion. But again, only $500 million has been set aside in the CDBG funds for match. So we are already identifying a problem as we move forward in finding the match for these projects. So thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I really tend not to go on any type of excessive concerns relative to programs and management and always and the delivery of services. But I really have some deep-rooted issues with Housing Finance Authority and how we are implementing these programs. I know everybody is doing the very best you can, but we need to try to do and just shift into another gear, because every time it rains, I don't know if any of you have ever had to encounter it, but I have lived through it, where there's water coming down, and I love the rain, and there's water coming into a unit, you have to be mopping instead of enjoying the rain. And it is not a wonderful, wonderful experience. We aren't placed here to suffer. We have very highly educated human beings who live in the Virgin Islands, who are in leadership positions. And if you are in control of certain things, and I know all of you are doing it, I'm very much convinced you are. You show up every day to help our people. These are our people. And the Envision program, to me, based on what I have read, I've heard from residents, especially our elders, is not working really well to benefit our people who are in dire need, so dire need of the services, so they could be able to live in comfort, peace, and enjoy, not to be suffering and having a level of trepidation every time it rains. So I'm hopeful within the next maybe 3 months, we will see more of these 3 months, more of these units being completed, more of them coming back online, people coming into their homes and the like. And that leads to my question. Do you have thresholds and that you're holding contractors to, or what is in place that we can hold people to so that they can complete these units timely?
For the contractors, it would be meeting or keeping in line with their project schedules. For our architectural and engineering contractors is the completion of the drawings associated with the repairs for the homes.
And so that's what is, preventing because of the technical service. So is there any other way you've had developed that we can really saturate those type of services, those type, I know construction work is not complex. I'm going to just say it. It's not complex. The paperwork is what gets complex, but construction work is very basic. What is it that we need to do? Have you identified to really fast track this process? What are those things that are needed to fast track so we can saturate it so our people aren't suffering like this anymore?
Senator, as I've said, the issue is the majority of these homes require architectural drawings.
Okay.
These are substantial repairs.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Handley. Now, talking about construction, interim ED on page 8, I wanted to ask you regarding this Ross mixed-use project that you mentioned here. I'm not a construction contractor, but I do dabble a little bit in construction. And I understand that we do have a need for affordable housing, low to very low income and affordable housing here in the Virgin Islands. I just wanted to understand your and your team thought process to have this 3-story building consist of 2 of its floors to be commercial and only 1 floor to be residential. So 2/3 of this building that's going to be at Estate Ross is going to be commercial and only 1 story is going to be residential. Why is that? And we have such a huge need for very low income and moderate housing. It doesn't make sense. I would think that we would have at least 2/3 of it be residential and 1 commercial. What was the thought process in having it two of the stories commercial and only 1 story residential?
I believe, and it sort of predates me to some extent, I believe the idea was to bring some revitalization to that area, where it's next to the fire station, Polyberg. So to bring some more commercial activity there.
Yeah, but Barber Plaza, I'm so sorry. Barber Plaza is located right across the street. I'm just thinking it doesn't, for me, looking at the dire need. I'm just talking about the human beings who have rain falling down on their heads, right? And that we have a number of human beings here in the Virgin Islands who are homeless. How does it make really sense to have a 2-3-story building that 2 of the stories are commercial and not residential?
Sure. And again, for the top story residential, the other story, I believe as Mr. Griffith testified before, will house the VI Housing Finance Authority. Right now as well, we are paying exorbitant rents as well and would have that space for the authority, as well as to be able to collect some revenue for the authority to run, to operate.
I still have some concerns relative to the thought process in that, because I'm looking at people having homes that are safe, decent, and sanitary, and that they can go in. And it's really about families as well to be able to secure themselves. So I'm sure you've done some cost assessments on that, but you're not going to be how far along, because you have this need for added space because of the HUD funding and all of the work that is required and the bodies that is required to implement, manage, and monitor these funding. Do you see that you're going to be needing to use that floor continuously?
Absolutely.
1 minute.
Beyond the 2026?
Yes.
Because when does your last grant expire? What year?
Mitigation will expire in 12 years after receipt of the funding.
And you do anticipate that after that time, you will see a reduction in your workforce and your need.
We will see a small reduction in the workforce, yes, but the office spacing is still required, because even now, we still would have 2 shared spaces.
And you own the location that you're currently housed in Frenchtown, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I really would put families, for me, and see how you could expand the number of units, because families are important, and having them have safe, decent housing, that's a major issue. I look at it as a major issue for us, rather than having commercial space. Madam Chair, I won't go into any further question. Thank you for the time.
Madam Chair, if I could just respond.
Sure.
Thank you. Senator, you're absolutely right, but it's also why we have affordable home projects such as the Estate Mount Pleasant, Fortuna, Whispering Hills, Solitude, where we're sending out notice of available funding for developers to bid on those contracts. It's why we keep our partnership with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, as well as why we have the Own a Lot, Build a Home. So it's not just the Ross mixed use. That's just a small component, but we do have other programs now in disaster recovery, and that will be funding in mitigation for housing.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, please.
I just want to clarify that the housing units that you have coming on board and that are on board, those are home ownership. These mixed-use apartments are rental apartments. The housing authority has a huge weight in this. I'm telling you, because the young people, they're working, they want to go leave their parents' home and find some place so that they could be independent. That's a sign of economic self-sufficiency when you're able to have your own apartment and pay rent. And most of them want to do that. That's a little bridge, stepping up the ladder for them. And so I definitely would have looked at rethinking it, because especially for the 4 one-bedroom, and to see if you could expand the rental units for this specific project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The question was asked earlier as to late fees, correct? What was the response? For Iraq?
For Iraq, it's based on the lease agreement.
On a lease?
The lease agreement.
Because the federal guidelines state that ERA 1 and ERA 2 includes reasonable accrued late fees, if not included in rental or utility arrears, and internet service provided to the rental unit. ERA 2 can be used for relocation and expenses such as first, last, and security. ERA 2 does not require direct impact by COVID.
So
that's on the federal government website. But go ahead.
So it's based on the lease agreements. So and like you said, what it is, it says in terms of late fees.
It says reasonable accrued late fees.
So we want to pay the rent. and include some late fees if we can. So we want to pay your rent up to you have 18 months that you could pay the rent for, and our goal is to make your rent whole. Usually the rental fees wouldn't be as high as your rent. It would just be like a $50 for a late fee. And
Hold
your
on.
rent could be $1,200.
So ERA 2 now, under U.S. Treasury, says experience a reduction in household income, incurred significant costs, or experience other financial hardship during or due directly or indirectly to the coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah, so Europe 2 is not all coronavirus, so we know that. And you asked before, so like we try to pay the late fees, but our goal really is to make you whole on your rent. Because the late fee doesn't add up to as much as your rent would add up.
But some people can't even afford a late fee. You have some landlords that are a little crazy with late fees, you know. So we can't include a late fee in a check one time?
We can and we do.
Okay.
But like I said, it's not if it's not reasonable, you have to think, so if a landlord said they want $300 a month in late fees and it's not reasonable for most of the instances, in some instances. So I'm saying it's like case by case and it's based on your lease agreement. And we have up to 18 months to make people whole. So our goal is to go to the 18 months.
Now, going back to a question I put in my notes here. Somebody said that the contractors have a hard time after doing a job submitting their paperwork, right? Somebody told me that. Documents. Do you have a caseworker for contractors?
No, Senator.
No, common sense. No offense. If you are seeing contractors submitting documents and their paperwork and they're struggling with their paperwork, just like how for the fishermen, there was a problem with the fishermen and getting them to do the documents. So we hired the strategy group to assist them with their documents so they can receive their disaster funds. If contractors are submitting paperwork to you and you're seeing a recurring issue over and over and over, something doesn't say, well, let's assign a caseworker to contractors so we can ensure that things come in, because when a contractor's paperwork is off, people work for them, right? We have a domino effect here. People work for them and then they don't get paid. So you don't have a circulation of dollars. You don't have any corporate income tax being paid, any gross receipt taxes, or any individual income taxes. Money is not, a dollar should circulate in an economy roughly 5 to 7 times. So what's the plan? Because every contractor can become with a wrap paperwork and we just say, okay, help me, Ms. Hanley.
Senator, no, that is not what is happening.
Talk to me.
The construction manager that is assigned to that particular contractor would work with the contractor to assist them with correcting the paperwork, as well as our architect has provided assistance to the contractors as well. Moving forward, Grant Engineering Services will bridge that gap between VIHFA and the contractor. So they will provide the assistance to the contractor with filling out the required documents so that the documents are correct before they come to VIHFA.
Okay, and Director Clendenin, what's the total admin cost for your CDBG-DR programs?
What we've expended thus far?
Total.
25 million.
The admin?
Of how much?
Out of the 1 billion?
You can't spend 25 million of 1 million.
1 billion?
Or 1 billion. How much remaining? 25 million went to admin costs. How much went to other areas? Like construction and...
It's been about 37 plus million in housing, 153 million in infrastructure, another 5 plus million in economic revitalization. So I could get you the total.
The 5 million economic revitalization is a total amount for that category, or
5.7 million.
How much?
5.7 million.
And how much are you spending admin costs for economic revitalization?
We just have one admin cost at 25 million. If you want me to send you something to break it down per program,
Please break it down per program. So, Ms. Lavenier, you're the policy lady. So, the amount that we spend admin cost in comparison to actual getting the work done, is that a concern for HUD? Is that a finding?
Senator, just before Ms. Lavenier speaks, I do want to indicate that the admin dollars charged very early in the project is being reallocated to the projects itself, where it should have been first, and not to admin costs. Go ahead, Ms.
So with the fact that it's being reallocated to the programs within itself, it'll bring us back down as to where right now we're at 46%. It'll bring us back down to a safe and percentage where we should be once we reallocate those costs back to program.
And when is that going to happen?
Within 6 months.
Point of inquiry, Senator Joseph.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Ms. Clendening, could you indicate what is your percentage of administrative costs, your cap, allowed by HUD? Is either 10 or is it 5 or is it 15?
5.
5%. Okay, thank you kindly.
All right, let me ask a few questions. What's the we have projects right now over 6 months in the environmental phase. You have a timeline to get these projects from the environmental phase to our next phase? Or should I go to Mr. Pell, the engineer? No? Okay.
No. And Ms. Lavenier, who oversees environmental as well, could just give you some of the regulations we have to go through because of the HUD rules, regulations. So an environmental could be a little unpredictable in terms of timelines. We've had considerable challenges in that area, so much so that we've asked for and will receive some technical assistance within the next 2 to 3 weeks to help us with the environmental pieces of every project. Is there anything you want to add, Ms. Lavenier?
No, we
Go ahead, add.
we are working throughout our streamline our environmental processes. We do know that there are certain expectations that may work stateside that does not apply to the Virgin Islands, and therefore we do have some HUD consultants that are coming to work with us, look at our processes, and help us streamline our processes within in the November time span.
So what's your target time frame once you've streamlined processes? How long are you looking for a project to be in environmental phase? Is your target goal 6 weeks, a month? Because 6 months now is what we're looking at. Well, that's the reality right now, 6 months or more to be in that phase. So what's your target goal once HUD has helped you to streamline those processes?
So once they've helped us to streamline those processes and we can implement those processes, we do hope to roll that out within the next month once HUD visits us. The whole phase can depend on the type of project that it is. And for specific projects, there are specific timelines and specific phases. For our own allot, it can take about 4 months or so. It just depends on those specific projects. So there's not one set timeline per project.
Okay.
But we are working to streamline those processes so that we have a shortened time span, so that it doesn't take the 6 months, it doesn't take the 8 months.
Who's the senior environmental manager?
Kiora Vieira.
Can you log on, please, before I conclude? While get that, Mr. Dorset, what's your programs?
Good afternoon again. Donnie Dorset, Economic Revitalization, Senior Program Manager.
Okay, tell me what's happening with the revitalization of the neighborhoods, the historic districts, the historic towns.
That program, Senator, we're waiting on the substantial amendment number 3 approval, and then we will begin
Tell
the
me
process.
what's amendment? You're talking to me like at a work day. What's amendment number 3?
So the substantial amendment number 3, of course, there was a USVI action plan that was done in 2018. So this is going to be the 3rd amendment to this plan. And within that plan, under economic revitalization, we're going to have a neighborhood revitalization program. Funding for that is approximately $14,032,000.
You have a deadline?
I'm sorry?
Is there a deadline to spend these funds?
The deadline would be the September 26th, but for us internally, economic revitalization, we're looking at May 2026.
So what's needed to start this program beside the 3rd amendment? After that, what's next?
After that, we will issue a notice of funding availability that would be open to both public, private, nonprofit organizations. We have a preliminary time frame for that. We're looking at least by December, issuing the NOFA. By February, all applicants should be in. And then hopefully by April 2023, everyone should be able to proceed.
All right, let's talk about skills for today.
Yeah. Currently, under the skills for today, you have approximately 285 individuals who are training for the National Center of Construction and Educational Research. For work-based learning, we have approximately 96 individuals. Let me just go back up to NCCER. So far, we have certified 125 individuals.
This isn't much of a difference from when you were here, you know.
Well, Senator, I would say that the process is continuing. I think that it's 285. We have individuals in the pipeline who have not begun training yet. And in terms of certification, those who are completing, they have to take the examinations. Everyone doesn't take the examinations at the same time.
Is there a timeline?
For this entire skills for today to be completed, it is currently scheduled to end.
The applicant, after they finish everything and have to take their certification, is there do you have a year to study, 2 years, or no timeline?
No, I don't have the specific dates for the timeline, but after you complete the study, perhaps in the next 2 to 3 weeks, it depends. That is done by the contractor, and they would set the times as to when the individuals will take the examinations.
All right, let's talk about dredging.
Currently, the dredging projects, Charlotte Amalie Harbor and Crown Bay East Gregoire, are under economic revitalization. That's approximately $38 million.
How much is going to the Charlotte Amalie Harbor?
$23 million.
Plus the 17 from the PFA?
Senator, that's different. That's different from disaster recovery. Currently, it's $23 million that was written for Charlotte Amalie.
Hold on a second. The governor announced that he's giving 17 million. He's going to reprogram 17 million from the PFA to dredge the harbor. You're telling me the harbor had 23 million allocated. So the concern I have is only one harbor outside. So I don't know how much, if you're going to dredge the north, the south, what is that?
You want me
So, if I may, Senator, as Mr. Dorset was indicating, we're only speaking about the money here. We don't have the approval yet to spend any funding associated with dredging.
So that's a question. The testimony says you have dredging projects. Even if you didn't get the approval, I'm concerned that we're going to spend 17 million of the PFA funds that we could really reprogram someplace else and really use the CDBG-DR funding that you have for the program, for the dredging once approved. So if the governor proceeds with 17 million in dredging, what does that do for the 23 million that you have?
But again, there's no surety right now from HUD or no real, just based on the first denial and our plea, there's no assurances, right, which was why we said we appeal or we're appealing. We don't have any assurances that we will have this funding for that project.
Lutheran Social Services.
No, that doesn't fall under my
That is Mr. Kenya Ross.
Mr. Kenya.
And Miss Kiora is on. Kiora Vieira. If you have a question for her, Kiora.
So who just joined me?
Kiora Vivera, she's the Senior Environmental Program Manager.
Miss Kiora, what's the hold-ups on the environmental side?
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Kiora Vera. I'm the Senior Environmental Manager. With environmental, our holdups really stem from the consultation requirements with other local and federal agencies. That can be seen as one of our biggest delays with the environmental review process, as we don't have jurisdiction over any of the regulations. So it does require us to go into consultation with a lot of or multiple agencies throughout the local and federal government. And obtaining responses from those agencies can be very timely.
Okay, so on the local side, you're struggling?
Yes, with both local and federal, yes.
Okay, which local agencies are you struggling with?
You have to consult with, of course, GPNR is one of our biggest agencies that we consult with, but we also consult with Health, Department of Health, Department of Energy, Waste Management Authority, and Port Authority. There's a list of government agencies that we do have to communicate with that I can provide for you.
Okay, so while we're having that struggle or bottleneck there, Director Clendenin, you go to cabinet meetings?
No, Senator, I do not.
Okay, do you have discussions? Of course, you're not part of the central government, per se.
But we work closely with ODR, Office of Disaster Recovery Director.
So the good environmental engineer, we have a little issue here with our local agencies. I can't control the federal side. We can't do that. But the things that we could control, let's control. So Miss Director Williams Actaline?
Made aware of any issues that we have with any of the government agencies. Anytime it's elevated to me, I will intervene and ensure that it gets resolved as quickly as possible.
Okay, so I don't want any backlash today, because I didn't even know this was an environmental person until you said that we have an environmental, what's the position again? Senior Environmental Manager. So can we have a discussion with ODR and the environmental manager and closing the gap on the local agency so we could move from this environmental phase?
Yes, Senator.
Director Actaline Williams?
Oh, Absolutely. I reach out to Kira regularly, so she knows that she has an open line to me. If there's any problem, I will move in and try to resolve it.
Okay. So Ms. Kira, looking forward to that. 10,000 helpers, where are they on their project? Because we talk about homelessness, but we have to get a shelter and a housing facility open for our indigent population. What's the status on that?
10,000 helpers did submit an application for the notice of available funding under the disaster recovery program. So
it's just been awarded.
Ms.
Ms.
Ross,
Kiara?
do you want to?
Ms. Vera?
Yes, I sure can. Hello, Zakenya Ross here again. So 10,000 helpers was actually identified, and they have submitted an application, and currently they're going in to the capacity assessment, which is a risk assessment phase, so they can get a subrecipient agreement. Also, we did do a site visit with the engineer to see the extent of the damage. So as soon as we get the risk assessment done, we would be able to proceed.
And what's the timeline on the risk assessment?
I'm hoping by next week it should be completed.
Okay, Hearts and Service?
It's currently in the pipeline. Sorry, you were asking a question?
Let me yield to Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, you may proceed.
I'm coming on, Madam Chair. Okay, I'm trying to get on. Yeah, did Hearts and Service submit an application also?
No, I'm not aware of that agency.
Can you double check for me, please? Thank you for that. Double check for me, please. Thank you.
Okay.
You said Hearts and Service?
Hearts and Service. Double check on that for me, please.
I'm confident that they did not submit an application.
For that. Okay, no problem.
Yes,
Thank you.
they have not submitted an application.
Thank you, Ms.
You're
Ross.
Now,
Good to see you.
Ms. Vera, how many projects right now are in that environmental phase?
Currently, we have the Sister Emma Cottages and Croyville currently
One more time?
undergoing environmental review. Sister Emma Cottages and Croyville. We also have the Envision, of course. The Envision Tomorrow program is ongoing, and the Own a Lot Build a Home is currently undergoing environmental review as well.
Okay. The Envision program, you have any issues there on the environmental side? Is there anything preventing? Go ahead.
I think with regards to Envision, staffing would be our only concern currently, which we are working diligently to rectify. Outside of that, I don't think we have any delays with the Envision Tomorrow program.
And you said Pineapple. What did you say? Build a lot, buy a home? As well?
Own a lot, build a home.
Okay, since we're in an environment, this isn't really my purview, but has anyone done a study on, in Bordeaux, there's this big dome. Before it used to be a red thing spinning. And it's the FAA tower that connects to the airport, and the radioactive waves are immense. And there are homes through the VIHFA that are built immediately under the dome. And the people in that, I'm a resident of Bordeaux, the West End, and the people on that street that have those homes, almost more than a half of those people that live in Blue Water Crest have cancer. And some have passed from cancer. And then you have lots that you are selling on the other side by Pineapple that are directly, again, under the dome. Can I request on public record an environmental assessment of that area? Those radioactive waves, and people, I mean, the people go and test, and it's really bad. So I don't know, before we sell those lots, I really want a thorough environmental assessment of that area. We don't have a cancer center, the cancer registry isn't updated, no more cancer if we could avoid it.
Okay. I do think if this is a project coming to the DR program, that request can definitely be submitted. And part of our public engagement process, we do have to consider all public comments and requests. So that can be done under that process.
Who has to submit, Dummy? As a resident? Where's the application? Where do I find it?
No, it could be. There's an online. There's on our website where you can submit answer concerns.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll be sending an email with my concerns to get a little assessment of the area. Wonderful. Thank you. Miss Constable, my friend.
Good afternoon, Senator Sarah.
How are you? You gave me some good updates the last time. Update me.
On which project?
All.
Which one?
Briefly.
What are we starting with?
What's your first project?
My first project is Randolph Heart. Wapa?
Go ahead. Wapa, you said, right?
Wapa is still on schedule. Yes.
Okay.
So they're on schedule. Completion date March 2023. We have made all payments to WAPA. They are currently in the process of executing the contract for their external third-party review. And they're also working on securing a vendor for their best study. So that project is ongoing.
Okay.
Okay.
So we don't have any concerns, any findings from HUD, right? Or FEMA or anybody?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. What's your next project? Mitigation?
Next part, convenience centers. So that's under, if we want to stick to WAPA, we can go back to the water side. We have the slope stabilization.
Okay.
And that project is just pending the third substantial amendment to the action plan.
Please tell me what's the third
So we can
amendment.
just.
Is your amendment the same as Mr. Dorset's amendment?
Yes, it's the same amendment. There's one, but we've had the initial action plan, we've had a second amendment, and this is the third.
Okay, good. Next.
Okay, so then that's it for WAPA. Moving to WMA, the Virgin Island Waste Management Authority. The convenience centers, they're in the environmental review phase.
So environmental, that's Ms. Vera again?
That's, with this project, the entity is conducting the environmental through one of their contractors.
Also, I don't question Ms. Vera.
Ms. Vera has oversight. So yes, she's definitely involved.
Okay, pause a minute for that. Ms. Vera, what's our status looking there? Are we moving along smoothly with the convenience centers?
So with waste management projects, as Verlin stated, they do have a contract working on. We're providing them with technical assistance as far as their environmental reviews. With the convenience centers specifically, I don't see any holdups in the completion of their environmental reviews. We did take a preliminary look at their environmental, what will be required as part of their review. And we definitely have confidence that those can move forward in a timely manner.
Good. Back to you, Ms. Constable.
Okay, so that's WMA's convenience centers. Then we also have the phase closure under that same subrecipient. And the plan there is to close the Anguilla landfill in 6 phases and use the southern part of the landfill to receive municipal waste until a landfill is constructed. And that project is in the environment. We're kind of doing 2 things at the same time. We understand that with that project, they may have potential environmental issues. So we're trying to address those issues before it becomes where the project cannot be funded. So we're trying to do that and at the same time work on approving the application.
Okay, now let me jump back to Ms. Vera. The landfill is you, environmental? That's you?
Their project.
in and out.
In completion, we are providing technical as well for the project.
Okay. So do you see any?
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, you see any hiccups in that area?
Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you now.
You have any hiccups in that area?
The current location of the landfill will cause us to have to go into some extensive consultation with the Department of Interior and EPA. These are steps that are necessary to move this project forward, and it will delay the completion of their environmental review, but I am confident that we can get it funded and completed.
So when we close the landfill, what's the new site?
And we realized that the expansion would add maybe like 5 years. So they have that time to come up with a location. They are working on a location, and we're hoping through one of our other funding pools to assist them in that regard. So while they're dealing with the closure and they have that southern portion of the landfill to receive waste, they can go ahead and try to identify a site that can be the site of the future landfill.
Okay. So while we're looking for landfills, are there any alternative uses? I mean, besides a landfill, it's probably in your role, but while you manage these funds, any discussions on waste to energy? And we live on a little dot, like we can't continue to find land for waste.
Yeah. We did explore the waste diversion. We actually have a training that's coming up that was provided by the EPA, and I'm hoping for staff to attend as well as the subrecipients. So that would open a way to other alternatives. So we are considering other options.
Okay, let's go now. The last one for you is the street address, right?
Oh yeah, street address. Oh well, we're excited about that project.
Okay.
They receive a notice to proceed, so they do have the authority to use grant funds. So currently, that subrecipient, they're working on their solicitation packages to secure the events for the various activities under that project.
So we're moving smooth.
We're moving.
Okay, Ms. Constable, good. Mr. Dorset, you and these numbers of training, because we keep talking about capacity, and I know it's not your job to recruit. First of all, who's doing what does your outreach look like? Who's contracted for this?
ICF.
ICF? I know ICF, but who is doing the
subrecipient is the Department of Labor.
And who is doing their advertising? Do you know?
They hired a public relations individual, and they go out to recruit. Originally, they started first with the housing communities, and they've also now, they've been doing social media blitzes and hits to the
because we
entire
can't be talking
community.
about capacity. Every time our agency come in here, we can't find the personnel. We can't find them. And then we have these skills facility programs, and then, the government, we just, at the end of the budget cycle, we had roughly $35 million in vacancy savings. $35 million. So, and are you managing it? So I can't put the onus on you when labor comes and ask them some questions. But when you go in your meetings with them, tell them that we need more people in this program, okay? And then if you are denied the funding for the dredging, we'll have to resort to the $17 million from the PFA.
Correct.
Okay. Who's Lutheran Social Services? Who would be that?
That's Ms. Zakenya Ross. Ms. Zakenya Ross.
Oh, Ms. Ross.
Yes. So Lutheran Social Services is undergoing environmental. Like Kiora was speaking to the consultation, we were having an issue with that, and most recently we have a non-conformance zoning situation where we're trying to work through a variance as the way to move forward so the project can actually be done. And Kiora can't speak to that. But it's held up in the environmental process right now.
Okay. What's the time frame then? Because these are real critical. We had the tropical storm, and it was really painful. First of all, we didn't open no shelter, and it was really painful watching those. I know it's in St. Croix, this is Sister Emma Cottage, but it was painful watching those homeless people scramble for shelter. So what's the timeline on this one? How can we get these critical projects to speed up?
I'm sorry?
Miss Kira, if you could just speak to the environmental on that one.
Yeah, what's your timeline there on this environmental?
Yes. With regards to this project, we are anticipating another month approximately based on the updated advisory floodplain maps. This project has now been designated as being inside the special flood hazard area. So we do have to undergo a federal floodplain process, which the timeline for that's approximately 30 days.
Okay. Housing finance, notice of funding. That's Ms. Ross again?
That's the notice of funding available.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
So sorry, this project was is not actually this project was selected before the NOFA. So once the environmental is concluded, the notice to proceed and the project agreement is already drafted. So we should be smooth sailing once the environmental gets approved.
And my last question today is the mitigation. Who's over the mitigation grant again?
I am.
You?
Mitigation.
So this is a discussion that you have to have offline, right?
Pertaining to Senator Blyden's question, yes.
Okay, so where are we on mitigation for? Mitigation includes it's a broad range, correct?
Right. Mitigation, a number of things are happening. However, we have submitted the final piece to HUD. They have requested some information, and also we anticipate October 6th as the deadline in which that will be wrapped up. We do foresee our grant agreement within a month or two of that.
Okay, because based on the internet, federal website, you have over 50 different projects that you could use with the mitigation funding.
Right, I think based on the action plan, it's over 60 plus million, 60 plus projects. So we are streamlining, working to see what projects can be funded.
I'd like to get a copy of the final plan when you're done.
Oh, sure.
Because I see you could have a dialysis center, skating ring, just random stuff that we could do. All right, I have drilled you for all day with no break. So at this time, you're allowed to give closing remarks at this time.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for the opportunity to come before you and give a status on the disaster recovery projects under the CDBG-DR program with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. I want to thank the men and women of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for everything you do every single day. Thank you. It is greatly appreciated.
Director Williams-Actolin.
Thank you again, Senator. Today you really did a plantation today. But I want to again thank you for the opportunity to share and highlight what's going on with the recovery. There's a lot of work to be done in this realm, but we'll continue to work on it day by day. and making sure that we can bring some resolutions to these issues. Again, thank you for another recovery hearing.
Thank you. I just need some answers. I'm bombarded with so many issues from HFA. That concerns me. Thank you to my colleagues for sticking it out. Thank you to media, to central staff, to our Sergeant of Arms, security. Thank you to my staff as well. Thank you to those listening and viewing, the Committee on Disaster Recovery. Oh, by the way, this weekend is Puerto Rican Friendship Weekend. So I want to thank all of our Hispanic population for their contributions to the territory over the years. So thank you. And the Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure is hereby adjourned.